One.
We're so stupid.
Hello,
you
everyone.
guys.
We're here. Oh, the hat. Wow. Okay, so it's all
Yes!
all hats all the time
Hello,
now.
everybody.
Hi,
Hello, everybody.
We're a hat channel now.
I guess so.
Yeah. I
I
wanted to say family and channel at the same time. That's what happened.
A channel?
Family channel of hats.
But Raiders, hey, hi, hello, welcome in. Rev, thank you very much for the raid. We have our crew finally back together once again, celebrating our 2-year anniversary of this campaign, which had I'll admit it, rocky beginnings, but we've adapted, we've grown, and I think personally it's going really, really, really well. We have with us the wonderful, absolutely fantastic, better than me at everything when it comes to tabletop RPGs. Nikki's Nerds Out.
I was like, who's he talking about?
Yeah.
Howdy.
She will be our host for this evening. Everybody who wishes to ask questions for the group, because that's what this is. We're hanging out with all of you wonderful people who, for some wonderful reason, have come and been a part of this adventure. And we really just want to be able to, one, shoot the shit with all of us and take your questions and answer them, because we don't really talk too much to the chat while we're running the game. I explain that all the time why, but this is the time where all those burning questions, all that shenanigans you wish to ask us, we can do all of that here tonight. I'm gonna shut up now so that Nikki can talk.
Yeah. Get out of here, Grim. No, okay. Hi, guys. Welcome. Okay, so yes, I am Nikki Nerds Out, and I'm here to host this wonderful evening. I feel like I want to kind of, do a few introductions because obviously, I mean, there are a lot of fans here, but I'm sort of new to this. I have only been around in Grimm's world for about a year, but let me just go one by one. So we've got Compton Weller, played by Verbal Hero. Is that right? Tell me a little bit about Compton, would you?
Shit, I can't look. Compton? I don't even know what to say about me. This is a guy I made up. I don't. Compton.
Good.
Compton's a cool
Moving
dude.
on. No kidding.
Yeah, no. What do you need to know? Compton is a guy, effectively that really, really wanted to do magic, and because of Grimm's world and the fucked up structures within it, was denied, and then died. And they got to do magic, and he didn't really ask questions about why, because he got to do it. And so he used all of his desires to learn and grow and do better, kind of in less than institutional ways. Teach whoever the fuck wants to learn magic. You know what I mean? He's really out there to just put the man down a little bit. And he's a fun guy with kids who likes to fuck whoever. You know what I mean? Like it's an interesting story that he keeps missing an eye.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Excellent. Okay. Next up, we got the wonderful Farron Quinn, played by Future Ghost. Tell me a little bit about Farron.
Farron is a awkward as fuck, half dead human, who, he's died a number of times, at least twice, maybe 7. Who knows? He doesn't even know. He's got a heart of gold. He's just weird as fuck, but he's a good dude.
Can you give me an example of why you would consider him weird as fuck?
Have you watched the stream?
Just give me one example. Imagine 2 years.
There was one time where when he was giving out the rings to everyone, if you guys were there, where he gave the ring to M's character, and she's like, "Oh yeah, let's go inside and let's go talk with the group." And then he just runs away, even though they're going in the same direction.
I would have gone with that time that you like paralyzed that man.
Also,
Or
that,
when you blinded him.
Blinded him.
With
right.
course, yeah.
No.
Incapacitated.
No. No, my favorite awkward
Okay,
Farron
go.
moment is I really miss Reyna.
Right.
Immediately transforms to look like Reyna. Just thinking that fixes everything.
That was the most enjoyable episode for me to watch on my maternity leave.
The fuck, you thought that would be helpful?
So funny.
Speaking of Reyna Tao, played by MT.
That's right. So Reyna is an elf question mark who grew up in the forest with her grandmother, who is a rather territorial old woman who
The grandmother?
yes.
Okay, cool. I mean, I guess most grandmas are now that I think about it. But yeah, okay.
And was training Reyna up to be the next keeper of her corner of the woods. But Reyna was like, "No, man, I want to explore." And so she ran away. Lost a arrow pendant that her mother had given her before she left, when she was like 7 years old. And then in pursuit of said lost amulet, went to Corsten, where she met a wonderful group of people that she's never left. And is, 175 years old, but has never been around other people very much, so can be a little bit socially awkward, but knows her way around the fucking woods.
Got it. It's like definitively the sheltered life, because 175 years is a very long time. That's awesome. Okay.
You did leave out fucking your way around the woods, because I
did.
feel like that's also significant.
Yeah, so Reyna also fucked her way around the woods.
I feel
and
like
out of them.
I feel like everybody fucks in this group.
Oh,
Absolutely.
You've never left this group of wonderful people, except that time you left for a really long time.
That's true. That is true. I did get zapped over to the Fae realm, and Reyna discovered that she is part Fae, and then later discovered that she's more Fae. And so I don't know, at this moment in time, we left the last session off at a very existential crisis moment for Reyna.
Okay, well, maybe we'll loop back around to that. Let's go on to Roshan, just Roshan, no last name, played by Splendor.
He does have a last name, but he doesn't use it. Roshan Ram is a genie. That's kind of it.
The fuck is wrong with you? These folks want more than that.
He's a son of a member of the Proud Council of Asmar, the Noach, the 7 seats, very important people. His father's one of them. It's no big deal. Really, it's no big deal. Fuck. Please stop talking about it. The son of a vintner and a man of little importance. That's who Roshan is. He's new here, but he does like his friends, and he loves helping people out, usually to his great detriment because of the whole genie thing. It really hurts granting wishes, folks.
I feel like there's always a catch, isn't there? Okay, and then last but not least, Kayla, played by Paige.
Kyla.
Sorry. Oh, I'm
That's okay.
dyslexic. That got
I don't
me.
I don't care.
Sorry.
You-
Oh no.
hey Rob, guess what?
Look, there's an equal number of Canadians. Actually, no, there's still more there's 4 of us. There's 4 Americans, although M's kind of partially Canadian.
She's like
Dude,
the
we're not taking-
Canadian America, Vermont.
We're not talking about the ratio of Americans to Canadians, you fuck.
Yeah, we absolutely are. The fuck? What are you talking about?
The
We're
fuck?
talking about it because it doesn't work out in your favor.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, fuck you, Splendor.
Continue.
Anyways, so Kyla is she's a Eladrin variant elf, and she is a cleric. We've later found out that she's also a fighter as well. Got a little bit of murder hobo tendencies that haven't really popped out yet. Grim. But anyway, so she meets the group. She's actually wandering away from her village because her village has been besieged by raiders, and she's trying to find an item that she can bring back to help her village out. And she runs into this group of lovely chaotic weirdos who she fits in with very well because she's weird as fuck as well. And yeah, there's a couple little things that that have happened so far, but like I said, she's having a little bit of fun playing into the murder hobo part of things. It's getting a little bit out of hand, but we will see.
Excellent. Thank you. And then, of course, you know, we wouldn't have all of this if it wasn't for GrimQuest himself. Grim, why don't you just like say a little bit about yourself and your feelings about your party and what it feels like to DM these sexy, fine people.
God, yeah. I'm GrimQuest. Well, if you know it because you're here on the channel, because that's a thing. First off, I can't start this without saying a huge thank you to Rob, Verbal Hero. We were playing this game actually a while without streaming it. And then he gave me the confidence to start streaming this. Everybody wasn't, of course, here when we all started, but that is D&D kind of in a nutshell. You adapt, you move, scheduling is issues, everything like that, but you overcome, and we have led to this wonderful group. And genuinely, I've been writing short stories / worlds for a very, very long time. I ran a couple campaigns before, but this one here has probably had the most laughs I've had over the campaigns I've run. And we still got, I would feel, quite a while to go before this one wraps up. And then more in the future for sure with all of these wonderful people.
Amazing. And that's actually really amazing when like you find a group that sticks, because that's really important. And one that where like you guys show up. You show up and you're here and you like to play and you like to come out every Saturday. Well, not every Saturday. It's been a little while, but still, like
Nikki, you have to understand something. It's not that we like to show up. We despise not playing. It's an entirely different fucking problem.
We get D&D withdrawal.
As soon as the fucking session is over, we're like, so why are we done? Can we not just keep going? Can we play tomorrow? It's every fucking time. And then we bitch about it all fucking week. And then it comes and then it's like, ask Splinter. He's going through fucking literal withdrawal. This motherfucker has like 26 World of Warcraft characters. It's a fucking thing.
Okay, so Grim, you got like the dream crew. Just so you know.
Now we get D&D
100%.
withdrawal.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Okay, I know I've got a couple of questions. You guys have built up questions that you want to ask each other, but I got one more left before we launch into that, and this is from me. So I just want to know too, like I got a little bit from it on Verbal Stream when I got to stream with him about the history of the group. But how did you guys all meet each other? Like, how does it happen? How do you find these unique people?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
boy.
Tell me the story. Tell me the origin.
There's only one man who can tell this tale.
Do you mean me? Because it's certainly not me. It's clearly Paige, the newest of the group, who doesn't know any of the history. Okay, so this is a journey. This is a fucking journey. And it begins with COVID. I think it begins with COVID.
Yep.
I had just gotten into D&D. I had just gotten into D&D. I was running my own game at home. I had friends that were coming over, and then COVID happened. And I was like, this is stupid. What? And so I went online. I was like, surely there's a way to play D&D online. And there was. And I don't remember if it was Reddit. It must have been Reddit. I think I did like an LFG for on Reddit. And I found this amazing game. And I lucked into it because there were some games I interviewed for that were fucking nightmares. Guys, the internet's full of fucking nightmares. Okay. So I found this game, and it was a wild experience. It had people from Australia, Brazil, Canada, the United States, Southeast Asia, like from everywhere. And it was really, really cool. And I played in it for a little while, and then some of the folks fell out, and then a new person joined, and it was Grim. And so the first time I ever played with Grim was completely by chance. And it was because he found the similar LFG that Z, fucking shout out to Z, guys, also a phenomenal DM, that Z had put up and joined our group. And we just fucking clicked. And I think, to be fair, I annoyed the fuck out of Grim because I'm the kind of motherfucker who will DM a bitch all the time. All the time. I was like, I like you. You're my friend now. And he was like, oh no. And I was like, yeah, I know, right? And so I kept DMing him constantly, and we would talk, and we became friends. And then that game just effectively ended. It stopped. And that was kind of it. And then he hit me up about a game that he was monitoring. I think is that a safe way to put that, Grim? You were monitoring this?
How?
Didn't monitor it close enough.
No, I didn't.
Should have been a better spy.
How do you monitor a game? I'm sorry. How do you what?
Okay.
Yeah,
so
fill that one in.
Reddit. When you monitor a game on Reddit, right? You how do I say this? Everybody, you know what? LFG on Reddit to find groups of people to start playing D&D is a place to start. That's one of the words. I'm going to word this very safely. Because there's pit traps everywhere you walk, but sometimes you find that safe path. Now, say I monitored the game was I did probing, like I watched the comments as they're going by, and okay, like the person is responding to people commenting. Okay, that's a good sign. Then I messaged the person, and they responded to me, and I asked a couple of probing questions, and it was doing a little like song and dance to feel this person out for a little bit, and they had all the right answers, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I sent it to Rob over here, and I said, hey, so far so good. This looks like a game that me and you would be interested in. And then, you know, we kept asking questions, and all the answers seemed good. And I had a nice little handout for the world and all that. I was like, okay, that tickles my fancy even more, right? Everything. Really, the dating profile was perfect. Got like that lighting all right, had a beautiful snapshot, all their interests matched up with mine. And then
the best of the dick pics.
Exactly. Honestly, had a top hat, all that stuff. And then, yeah, so me and Rob joined that game because, like, if it was Tinder, we swiped really quickly. Well, not quickly. We looked at it, read the profile. We actually did on Tinder, and then swiped.
Not quickly, like, but aggressively. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There was a force behind the swiping. Yeah.
After when we hit that swipe, it was aggressive, but we got there, and then the story can continue now. That's how you monitor a Reddit.
So Grim game. Monitored a game, and to be fair, what he left out was for a year, because he had looked to join this game. And it closed, and he was like, fuck. And so he just waited. And then he reached out to me, and I think along the way we were just kind of like playing games and doing stuff and hanging out, but we weren't really like doing anything D&D related. And so he reaches out to me. He's like, hey, there's this game. And we're like, fuck it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. And I might be wrong, and Splinter, you can correct me. You did not start with that group, right? You were an add-on to that group?
Yeah, no, I joined after. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, cool. So we started playing with this game, and immediately out of the gate, there was fucking troubles with some fucking players, because that's D&D, folks. So booted somebody out of the team, posted more, got new people, enter Splendor. Right, which is a fucking find. Now, I don't know if you guys have picked up on a thing here. I fucking hoard motherfuckers as if they're items in a chest. Okay, I find a player I like, and I'm like, you're gonna come with me. We're gonna be together now, right?
Support this wholeheartedly, Verbal. I know exactly. You collect people. I get it.
You gotta fucking
Like
do it, right?
Pokemon. Yeah, there's
You
still a
gotta
couple
collect-
good ones out there. You gotta get them.
You gotta collect them all. Right. So Splendor enters and I'm like, oh, I fucking vibe with this dude. And Splendor's character, guys, if a game could have been, and boy, that DM really wanted to fucking play that game online. And if it could have been, you would have loved these characters. It was fucking wild. It was pretty great.
It was
I loved it. It was so good. And then that whole thing collapsed like a flan in a cupboard. Grim left first, nicely. I left second and set the entire game on fire. The entire fucking set it ablaze as I left. I was like, fuck you. The rest of you are cool. Fuck you mostly though. And then I dipped and I did it publicly because I mean, if you're going to shame somebody, don't do it in the dark. So we left and then Splendor held on for a very long time because he's just such a good man. He held on far too long. And then he left and we were like, hey, let's fucking play D&D. And so when we started Grim's campaign, Grim hit us up with those three initially. And we're going to fast forward because there's a couple of like player changes in there that really are irrelevant today. But what happened was we were playing with a phenomenal person named Elise. And Elise played this great Kenku named MJ or Splish Splash or the sound that water makes by the dock. Right. Like the whole thing was phenomenal. And Elise was great. And Elise was a Twitch find. I found Elise through streaming and she was friends with a friend of a friend. And I was like, your fucking energy is tits. Fucking come hang out. We want you. And she was great. And then she was like, I can't play anymore, but my friend M can play.
Well, no, at first we were playing together.
That was the intent.
But that's the why I joined, because I would not have joined if she was like, hey, take my place in this game.
Did she know she was doing that? Did she know from the start that she was grooming you for her to be her replacement?
Let's not talk about
that. All of you.
Yeah, because so Elise and I are friends in real life, and and she had moved away like a year before or so. And so the whole thing was like hey, we need to really hang out more. What if we play D&D together? And that's what she pitched it to me as. She just came to my work one day and pitched this to me. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm already in like 5 other campaigns, but I'll make time for this so I can hang out with you. And then I started playing, and like it was like literally 3 sessions later that she was like, I can't do this anymore.
And if I remember correctly, I think you thought about dropping out. You're like, I don't know, right? Wasn't that your first inclination? I
was like, I think I thought about it maybe for a millisecond, and then I was like, no. It was around the holidays, so I was like, I don't know.
So what made you stay?
You were having so much fun.
Yeah, I love this group. I've played in a lot of D&D campaigns, and this is my favorite. This is my favorite group.
Heard it here. Somebody fucking get a clip.
Yeah.
Clip it.
Put it in the fucking histories.
Yeah.
She just said that she was in 5 other groups. So
I was.
She also runs
like,
groups.
Now, like here we are 2 years later, and I this is my only game other than the one that I run at the library for children, which doesn't really count.
It does count, and those motherfuckers are starting cults, and we love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So we need it. Okay. So that's how lost another player, and we were like, we have a rule about ratios and numbers here. Okay. And so I was like, we gotta get some folks. And Grib was like, we absolutely have to get some folks. And Twitter was like, well, duh. So we got some folks. And Ghost I knew through Twitch. I had met and shout out. This is a really big important one. This is a shout out to Pete and Meta because that the Pete and Metaverse now Tipsy Triggers community is really where we met Ghost and a couple of other people that played in Grim's other campaign. And it was one of those things where it was just like, I don't know, man, I feel like Ghost would be really good for our table. And it was like a conversation for a while. And we were like, hey, you wanna try? Are you interested in trying the game? And he was like, sure, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we're like, you're gonna be fine. And dude, he fucking kicks ass. And I've said this to Ghost so many times. Like, Farron is one of my favorite characters of all fucking time. Like, just everything. I fucking love it, and he just kicks ass. And then Paige, we also met through Twitch, and I think that was kind of like the big thing for us is that once we started the Twitch thing and opening these communities up, and then there's the stuff going on over at my channel and stuff going on over here at Grimm's channel, and then just like the mixedness of those communities, it gave us the opportunity to meet really, really cool people that vibed with us on a level that was outside of D&D. And I think that like if I was to kind of put just a single marker on what made this table successful, it wasn't just about, hey, are they going to be good at D&D? It was like, I fuck with this motherfucker in anything, like everything, and that was kind of it. That was a long story. I'm so sorry. There's going to be a lot of long stories.
No, I like that. That was really great. I thought it was, yeah. Oh, Paige, yeah. What's up?
The thing with me though too was I got a message from Grimm, and he was saying to me, he's like, hey, what do you think about like guesting, like being in one episode, I suppose, in a guest capacity? And again, like kind of like Ghost, I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, like, and then he's just like, no, like, if you like it, like that's cool. So I went in, fucking had a blast. It was great. And then later on, I don't know how long after that it was, but I got a message saying like, hey, like, like we fuck with you, we vibe, like this is good, like would you like to be a regular and like be actually in the campaign? And I'm just like, well, first of all, like me being shy as fuck in like total capacities, being like, wow, people actually want me to like play a game with them, which I felt really like honored and happy about, because I have kind of semi-social anxiety depending on the situation. So I was just like, I don't fucking really get like I'm straight like, this is awesome, great. I'm just kind of like, oh fuck, okay, sure. Like, but
me too.
But yeah, so yeah, no, so then like getting into this and like getting to be a part of this, like I've only been a part of it for like less than a year, but like the fact that this has been a campaign going on for 2 years and I get to be a part of it, like I appreciate that a lot. It's a lot of fun. These motherfuckers make me laugh every single fucking week.
Aww.
So
it was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks, like literally after the session. I was like, hey guys, Paige claps, like full time, everybody good? I was like, message me if you guys have a problem, message me personally. If anybody says no, we're good. So it was literally just waiting for 2 weeks for everybody to respond.
Who can't hear Grimm? I heard Grimm.
I heard Grimm. I don't see him on my screen or hear him at all. I see him talking over there on the stream.
That's a problem.
How'd you do that?
Wow, deleting
I don't
me.
know. I didn't touch anything.
Hands up, you didn't touch nothing.
Leave it to M to break some shit that's just supposed to work.
Just by sitting here. I just thought we were all sitting here in comfortable silence for a while.
Like this is weird, but I'll ride it out.
I was like, I'm vibing, it's fine.
I wish you would have just started talking. It's in the middle of
no, Em's not even breaking shit with her hand. She's breaking shit with her mind just by looking at the computer.
That's lovely.
I don't know, but my husband just threw this cheese stick at me, so I'm gonna eat it.
That's a good man.
That's a smart move. Someone throws a cheese stick at you, just eat it.
Yeah, fucking straight up eat it.
That's really amazing though. Like I really like I like when a GM has their eye on someone, or you know what I mean? Like, that GM feeling of being like, I think they would fit. I'm gonna get that person, and like you just go for it. And I'm glad you were on board, Paige, and also Future. I love the fact that you guys just jumped in without knowing anything about D&D. And in my personal experience as a DM, you guys are my favorite kind of people to have at the table, because you aren't bound by the rules. It's like the world is your oyster, literally, and you're like, can I do this? And as a DM, you're like, yeah, you can.
Let me figure it out. I love that.
I think I can kind of go off of what Paige said. Grimm is actually a great DM, and again, not like we have a lot of experience in this, but like when I first started, I was super questioning, like, why the fuck am I here? These people are like role play like experts, and I'm just like the newbie, stupid weirdo. Like, what the fuck is he doing?
Ghost, get the fuck out of my walls and my brain.
But exactly, but it's actually been very nice. Grimm every now and then he would message me. He's like, "Hey, how you doing? Are you feeling the table still? It's really nice to see you like coming out of your shell." And it was very caring. It was very nice, and it was very dad coded in a way. It was everyone has just been very extremely welcoming and nice and lovely, and I wouldn't ask for a better table.
So
And to
Grim,
have this as my first table, this is insane.
Yeah,
just hit you right in your daddy issues then.
Oh yeah.
Is what
Yep.
you're saying.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
what do I do to get Grim back? Should I leave and come back?
I mean, you might as well try it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's-
give it a shot.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd only ever done a couple one shots before this. I hadn't done any sort of like full on campaigns. Like I'd done a couple one shots with some other friends. So this is my first campaign as well.
Yeah. It's lucky. It's really lucky because I
Mhm.
mean, like, listen to
It
the
is.
stories that both Grim and Verbal have just trying to get to here, and you guys got in first try. So well done.
They
That's
always say you got to
lovely.
kiss a lot of frogs to find your prince, and that's the same with D&D.
Yeah, actually, that's true. That's
Facts,
true. Actually,
facts.
you really do.
Fucking
I
facts.
also
What
will
about licking
say
frogs though? Because I think I fucked up.
I will say though.
God damn it.
This technically is it. Which one was first? Was I part of
This
this one
one.
first?
This one. Yeah.
Was it this one?
This one.
By like
Yep.
a week or two, I think.
Oh my god.
Because
Mhm.
there was
Yeah.
a second campaign that kind of fizzled out, which is fine. But again, having Grim as a DM, my very first DM, has been a utter and complete delight.
And last.
Yeah, this is it. I'm done.
Goldie.
After this campaign, I'm done. See you guys later. Bye.
You retire.
I can't get better than this. I mean,
No,
what-
I'm just
what can I
saying
say?
you're not allowed to join any other groups ever.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
No, you got it.
You're contractually
You
obligated
can
to stay in
stay
this group.
with us,
Yeah.
Got
or
it.
you can go live in a hole.
Or you can
That's-
die. That's also an option.
Wow.
Fuck.
It's a healthy,
This-
healthy relationship here.
But you must not die while you're in our group.
Yeah.
Is the
Yeah. Kill Farron first. Okay. Again.
Again.
Okay.
So I'm gonna keep us on track here because I know that Grim's got things cooking in his brain. Hey, Grim, we're about like 40 minutes in, and I'm pretty sure you wanted to make an announcement at this point because I think you got some other stuff saved up that you
Ooh.
want to do and things you want to have done. Am I reading the room correctly?
No, that's good. I can announce it right now. Okay, everybody, starting at 9 o'clock, we are those who are in the Discord. You will saw my message, but I will announce it here as well. Everybody, the first giveaway. We're gonna have 3 giveaways this evening because it's been crazy. It's been a wild ride. Honestly, like I said, everybody who shows up week after week after week, it's really a crazy thing that I never expected out of any of this. And I wanted to do something to all of you. Also, there's reason why I didn't add anything in the title because I wanted everybody who shows up here on a weekly basis to have the highest chances of winning the stuff. Because if you advertise it in a title, everybody under the moon is going to show up when they see a giveaway. So, starting at 9, I will be posting the details for the first giveaway, which is going to be for. Give me 1 sec. You all talk. I'm going to show it.
Oh, we're going
We
to
are
talk about stuff.
talking. We
Oh,
are
show
talking.
us. Is
This
We're
is
talking.
talking, and
We
we
are
are
talking.
talking. We
Friends,
are talking.
you know what? We're going to fill this air with because Grim's not here and he has his headset on so he
Hello.
can hear it. Hey, gift subs, y'all, or get sub yourself. That's also great.
So first
That's a
giveaway,
good
your
idea. I
very
forgot. Yeah,
very own
Hell
Dungeon
yeah.
Master's Guide.
we should do that actually.
Very own to start yourself off. Player's Handbook.
Dude, that's fucking sick.
And your very own Monsters Manual. So I like to call it the DM bundle. So everybody, if they want to enter, the first giveaway will start at 9. All the details will be posted there. You'll see it where that says the announcement soon boxes. And then we'll be running that for an hour. And then we will draw a winner after that hour.
And
The
that's only
audience
for the
is
people at
wondering.
the
The
table,
audience.
right? Only us.
Right,
get
yeah.
it, right? No one else, right?
Grim, I know you walked away, but are there any limitations to entry on this giveaway? Because it's important.
I made it very easy. The fact of the matter is every giveaway this night has its own title, like command that has to do, and every command is only used once for the next 3 hours. So everybody who wants to enter, you enter, and you can't enter again. So just one person, one draw per person.
To clarify, though, are there any entry restraints
yes,
based on location?
It is posted into it. Yes, so it is only for Canadian and U.S. viewers. I do apologize, but shipping's crazy, y'all.
Yeah.
It is absolutely insane. When I looked up and saw it was $150 to ship it to the UK and beyond, I was like, I'm sorry, everybody. But there will be one giveaway this evening that will be announced as the last giveaway for everyone. So,
So if you're new, hang in there. Hang in there. Just hang in there. But also listen to all the love here in this group. And then if you like D&D, you can kind of be like, I can have the dream one day. This is what I aspire to, is to be like these folks up here. And on that note, okay. So there were some questions given to me by Grim that were given to Grim by the players. I don't know who asked these questions, but I'm going to ask the question out loud, and then we can kind of go around round table, and I guess whoever wants to jump on it to answer first, and then you can answer it as you want. Yeah, here's the first one up. I don't know who asked this, but it's from one of you guys. If you could choose one other person at the table to play your character, who would it be and why? Okay. Get in there.
Splendor, because he does it for me when I'm not here.
True. Fucking truth.
Damn,
That's it.
I have had to dust off my ranger skills a couple of times.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
fights.
Mhm.
Because she only ever leaves when we have fights, and then I have to control the character during fights.
Yeah, like in the middle of the fight too.
Yeah.
So like we've left off in the last session in the middle of a fight, and that's when I'm not going to show up the next time.
Oh fuck.
Amazing. Also, sorry, I got distracted because Mariah just dropped 10 subs in the chat here to support Dear
Thanks,
Grim.
Mariah.
Thank you, Mariah.
covering those shipping costs.
Yeah.
This generous DM. So wow.
I would kind of want to see Rob play Kyla. It would be chaotic as fuck, even more so, but just for the fuck of it, just to see what would happen.
It'd be a full session of me grabbing my own boobs.
Yeah.
The whole
I know.
time.
No.
Looking in the mirror.
I know. I fucking know, dude.
I would enjoy that. I would have a lot of fun. Would you expect? Okay, can I ask questions? Are we allowed to ask questions of this?
No.
No. Okay, never mind.
No, go for
No,
it.
no.
No, go
Okay,
for it.
so
Nikki's the host.
You can. Get in there.
Cool, dope. Okay, so my question is would you expect me to play Kyla the way I play Compton, or do I get to completely reinvent Kyla?
Oh fuck.
Like, how does this work? Am I supposed to match you? This is what happens when you give an autism person. What do you want from me?
You know what? I think you would get to reinvent her, kind of. Because playing her as Compton, I think like I love Compton, and having another character resemble Compton, I think would take away from Compton as his own character. So reinventing her in your own chaotic fucking whatever the hell way, I think would be pretty entertaining.
Rob at the wheel. Yeah.
Ooh, I get to pick. This is a little fucked up because this is my question, and I've thought about this. I've thought about this quite a bit. And the thing is I pick Grim. I pick Grim. I want Grim to play my character. And this goes way back to the first time that we played, because the first time that Grim and I played together, he was a character that was introduced. The second time that we were still together with the same DM, we built characters together, and it was really fun, and it was cool. And he sees a lot of the things that I see when I'm playing, or my intentions. And so it was very cool to have that dynamic work off. And I would love to see him take the wheel and drive Compton, and to see if he would stay the same course I had, or if it would vary. You know what I mean?
Would it vary, Grim?
I would have him not argue with every one of my NPCs. Like, they would ask him to do something, and Compton would go, you know what? I'll do that.
That sounds
I might come
reasonable.
back next time we speak. I might not be so amicable with you. So I would do that. I would just have him not argue. Like, Oh, I know how to set Rob off so bad with an NPC, and sometimes I just do it for fun.
Excellent.
Oh fuck.
All right. Future.
I would choose. Actually, I'm kind of torn between Splendor and M.
Ooh.
Because both both of you are like, out of what I can remember, I think you guys are the most seasoned players other than Grim. So you guys would, I don't know if that's true. I don't know, man. I think you guys would play Farron to his absolute full potential, because I'm still learning here. But also, I think Splendor would give it an extra kind of spice that I think Farron needs that I don't give in a way. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, both M and Splendor can tag team Farron for sure.
Okay.
Theo?
Tag team.
Emphasis on
Hey
the tag
yo.
team. Emphasis on tag
Woo.
team.
And before I get to you, Splendor, I do want to just give a shout out to Fable's Hero. Thank you for the raid. And also, guys, we're at a level 4 hype train. Well
Fuck
deserved.
yeah.
Well deserved. I can do it. I can say this because it's not my
No.
channel. Yo, give all the love to Grim. He deserves it.
Pay this man.
That's what you
I
get
love
it.
for
I
giving Nikki
also-
the power.
But I will no, and that's it. I wanted to be able to sit here quietly because I feel like I talk too much too often. But I what I like is I can actually say hi, hello, Raiders, welcome in. I can do that this time because I'm just chilling out here in the back. It's great. Hi, hello, and also everybody. I'm broken. I love it's.
No.
Thank you all.
I gotta say, I love Flustered Grim so much.
It's so yeah.
It's kind of cute.
Yeah, right?
I need
good
to drink
look.
more.
All right, we got one left on the table. Splendor.
Uh,
would
so
you-
it really depends on the character. So I would say, Roshan, this pick is so easy. It's Ghost. Ghost is such a beautifully impulsive person. I would love to see what he does playing a full fucking genie.
I cast Fireball.
And then for Crag, the character that I've not spoken much about, but is coming back very quickly, so he is relatively relevant. I would love to see Paige play Crag.
Oh no.
Yes.
I know
Oh,
fuck
no.
all about Craig.
Paige would
but-
do so much murder.
Yeah.
It
Oh, I
would
would
just
get to
be
murder?
death
Yeah, no,
everywhere.
no,
Eating
Splendor, send
everyone.
me info.
Craig is a nuke.
Crag is he alive?
Dude, what?
He's a monster man.
I was about to say
What
he's a
is
monster
Craig?
man. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mistime it, so all right.
Oh.
I'd want Grim to play Simon because he'd do a better job.
Paige, did you had me pick? Okay, yeah, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
I feel like this
I
is a
think
new
you
no,
would
the
disappear.
whole channel went real bad there for a second. The whole channel
You
went real
losing
bad
Grim
for a
in the
second.
void.
Oh yeah, no, M's gone on the actual screen. She's gone.
Yeah.
She went into the void. She went
I
into
leave it-
Alpha with the fucking gift subs, this motherfucker.
Yeah. Alpha, way to go, man! Keeping that hype train going.
No. Thank
That
you.
one
I
guy-
made
Grim,
it like that in
Grim gets
time.
redder and redder as the night goes longer
Can
and
we-
longer.
Quieter
Turn-
and quieter.
I don't know what just happened in the last like 45 seconds at all because I wasn't here, but the can we turn that question that we just had on Grim? If you could pick Grim, who would you want to have DM the game?
Ooh.
Honestly,
And why?
I can answer this very. I would love each and every one of you to at least DM once.
Cop out.
No, it's not a cop out. It's not a
Classic
cop-out.
centrist.
Not at all.
He's like, I need you motherfuckers to
if-
see how much work this is because you're assholes
Yeah.
and you change everything.
and I can answer this right now. Splendor, I would want Splendor and M. I would want to run me D&D. Call of Cthulhu, I would want Rob to run me Call of Cthulhu.
Let's do it.
Ghost, I would want you to run me for the first time. genuinely, I think you might actually be a fan of City of Mist. I think that might be your jam.
Oh.
And Paige, if you were to run one, that there's a lot of them to put on that list. But I think just because of who you are, I think a sci-fi type one or like a modern day. So I'm gonna pick Cyberpunk. I think Cyberpunk would be one for you.
Just to throw this out there because I think it's significant. I think Paige would fucking rock at Trash Pandas also.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Trashkins, the Trashkins
Yeah.
fucking one page. Well,
Yeah.
I bet it'd be a delight because it's just chaos anyways.
Oh fuck yeah.
That's awesome.
get
And,
some
and that's
game.
a true answer, though. I believe you wholeheartedly. Oh, damn.
Oh,
Mariah!
Dude.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Look at Grim's face.
There we go. Yeah. Make
This
him
boy
melt.
is so
Guys,
red.
shoot
No.
this.
Look at
shoot
it's in his
this beam.
cheeks.
Shoot the beam of generosity and make Grim melt into a puddle.
I don't know what to do with my.
There it is. Yes.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah,
God,
dude.
no. Here's
I've got the
here-
bigger dick.
Okay. Here's the thing. One, this is amazing. I can't say enough. Like I said, I genuinely was just happy to have people show up and want to hang out with the story. All this love and support is way, way, way too much for me. My brain doesn't know how to process it correctly. And the fact of the matter is, this was just a way. Like I said, we focus on the game week after week, and I really just wanted to see what everybody had questions and everything like that. So we were just doing this as a way to be like, hey guys, we don't get to talk to you very much, and we want to talk to you because you're all cool, and that was it. And I'm gonna shut up now.
Sorry.
I love how before Alpha dropped it, he goes to Mariah, he goes, I got you, wifey. And then the fucking
Oh, lovely.
oh,
That's amazing. I mean, I don't know. I think people underestimate how much DMs really truly love their players and the game, and that's why they give so much. So it's just an absolute joy for me to see you guys give back, and also for you guys to say such wonderful, kind things about Grim too. Just pile it on. Just pile it on.
No.
Okay. Okay. Big one. Hold on. Okay, I feel like these two go hand in hand. How have your characters' motivations changed in unexpected ways over the course of the campaign? If so, why? Or in what way? And the other question that you can kind of pair with this is that if there was one action that your character made, what was it? And would you change it? You know, or you could change one action that your character made. What was it? You know, I feel like that comes hand in hand. So, like, what is the way that your character has grown? And then what is your biggest regret in that journey?
I'll take first. For
Go,
everybody, I
Paige,
guess.
go.
I guess Kyla's become a lot more unhinged, but I mean, hanging out with this group kind of does that to you in an amazing way. Kind of like the whole premise of like her village and being besieged and then running into this group, that premise has kind of taken a back seat, which I don't mind at all. I'm, you know, like the story itself, like honestly, there's a reason, I feel, at least if I can speak for most of us, why we all bitch about like when D&D is over, because like the story is so freaking, you know, immersive and just so damn good that we obviously come back every week, right? But also the biggest regret, well, I mean, one of the regrets right now is I probably shouldn't have, she shouldn't have probably been like, yeah, hey, Roshan, I'm going to take Butch's blade, and now I've got a fucking cursed blade that's going to make me more of a murder hobo. But we're going to play into that storyline because get fucked.
Yeah, the cursed blade. It's a boon and a bane.
I love how, if I remember correctly, I love how Compton's like, yeah, I'm going to check this, and then all of a sudden got back like, oh yeah, this is cursed. And then I just basically went like, yeah, okay, fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's cursed as fuck.
Yeah.
I walked away. I was
Yeah.
like,
I was like,
no,
yoink.
nobody fucking take that. They want cursed as fuck. And then I left. And then you were like, I'm going to use this knife.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see if that becomes a biggest regret. I don't fucking know, man.
All right, so get your second character ready because we're gonna have to kill Kyla.
You guys are gonna have to hold me, but well, no. Remember the whole if Kyla were to see her father, he'd have to hold her back anyways because she's gonna fucking rip that man to shreds.
Can I tell you my fear with your blade is you accidentally fucking use it on one of us because then you have to kill us.
Okay.
I'm just like,
No. That honestly is something that's been in my mind since that whole fucking thing happened because I'm like, oh my god, like what if accidentally, like we're in the midst of a fight and say like I fuck up and I slip or like I overstep and I accidentally nick one of you guys and then y'all are like fucked in the sense of like
Hold on. I'm going to tell you what's more likely to happen is Grim's going to have a character that uses some kind of mind controlling magic and forces you to attack your party. And then
I see that fucking face.
Because exactly. That's what Grim would do.
Hang
This is what he would do.
Real quick. Can you remind chat what that blade does?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
I've got my
so
character
the-
sheet up too.
Yeah, read
you don't
the
want
blade
to-
out. Let's because it sounds like it kind of gets ravenous for whatever it gets a taste of.
Un momento. There it is.
Hype train success, guys. Level 7 hype train.
Okay, so the cleaver
Heyo.
that Kyla has is called the bloodshed cleaver, so Butch's blade. So when you target a creature with an attack using this weapon, you can invoke the sword's rune, causing it to flare with crimson light. Long story short, basically, if I wound somebody with this blade, I don't stop. I just go on a fucking rampage and I murder the fuck out of them. That's essentially what it is.
And that rampage does not end until that person is dead.
Yeah, I will like fully go on a rampage for that person. If they like try to fuck off, if they try to run, I'm like, nah, bitch, I'm going for your fucking heels.
Yep.
Like, no.
Is that a thumbs up to the hype train, Grim, or a thumbs up that you made a murder blade? Just to
Murder blade.
yeah.
I can't wait to see what happens to Kyla when she cuts somebody and they're like, I'd rather not. And then they just fucking leave. And
Yeah.
she's just like, ah.
It's literally gonna be one of, or well, not one of, it's probably gonna be all of y'all holding me back physically. Or
We'll turn
trying
you
Well,
into
no,
a
I like to
turtle.
make
It'll be
Just
fine.
the
Don't
Kill
fucking
Bill
turn me into a
siren
turtle.
goes off.
Don't morph me into a turtle.
My
Do a
kids
polymorph.
did that
No,
a
I
few
said
weeks
I like
ago.
teleporting bitches.
You like teleporting?
Well, oh,
bitches?
I'm aware. Yeah. As soon as shit gets fucking dark. Oh, this is my name. He just fucking sends these people away. He's just like,
Yep.
Delicious, Grim, by the way. That's deliciously evil that you just put that in there. And then you're like, touch it, I dare you. And then someone touched it. And then, like, were you like, yes?
To be fair,
If it wasn't,
I
Go ahead.
gave like the man who was wielding that fucking blade, okay?
Oh
You should
my
like
god!
100% and went maybe no. Maybe no. Probably that man was a little bit insane. I wonder why.
Oh, it's funny. I love it.
To be fair, also the character art for that fucker, holy shit.
Yeah, Butch is amazing.
Butch
Cool.
was top tier
which is
villain.
really cool.
Butch dating sim,
Yeah.
ayo.
Oh,
He just wanted a friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I
quick
see the
second
time. It's perfectly on time. We're
before
going to
we continue,
revisit this
everybody.
question. But boo-boo.
Oh, perfect.
Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, you should have a girl from Ipanema just going on in the background. Yeah, just for style.
Good to go.
All right.
Yay.
Everybody, the draw is officially started. Once again, it is the D&D 5e Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master's Guide, and the original Monsters Manual. So if you want to start your journey, go for it.
This is a cursed giveaway. As soon as you touch that book, you're going to have to DM. You're going to have to seek out players
That's the
and
way it
DM.
works.
Yeah.
And then just a
enter-
reminder, everybody, it is for Canadian and US viewers, just because,
Maybe I should spell it right first.
man, crazy.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
I think you just spelled Dumbledore. It's exclamation mark
Not a
DM
program.
bundle, guys.
I spelled it wrong too. Fuck my life.
Bundle.
Bumdo.
It's a wonderful starting point for you and your potential D&D adventures. I mean, it's the must-have. It's the trifecta, really.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ghost
Also,
can't
if you just
spell.
want to smell the books and then just have your digital ones, that's okay too. Like
Yeah.
you're allowed to do that. So
Just put them on a shelf behind you so you can point at them every now and then. They've never been opened, but they're there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just right there.
they're right there. They're guys
Yeah.
are right there.
The nice
They're
thing
always
about the digital
they're
ones is
near,
they all
you
have
know.
links to like the other things you need to click on, which is so
Control
nice.
F.
It's
to
so
fucking
nice. Yeah.
clutch. You know what I mean?
The best.
Okay. All right. So we had Paige talk about how her character is growing. Clearly, this is, you know, with a murder blade. I'm curious to see where that's going to go. Who else? Who else? How's your character's motivations changed in unexpected ways, in ways you did not anticipate? Because, you know, as role playing goes, when you say something, it becomes real and you're like, I didn't mean to say that, but now I did. Yeah. How has that changed your character? And then what is the biggest regret?
I want to go last just because I've been here the longest.
Okay.
So I want to go last. I'm saying that now. So somebody else has to go.
Like 9 sessions.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
Yes.
matter.
Future's
Goes.
got his hand up.
I'll go.
Mm.
So I think I mentioned it a little bit in our our other smaller Q&A that we did. I actually wrote Farron to be if you guys know Critical Role, I kind of made him to be like a Caduceus Clay a little bit. That didn't pan out because of who I am as a person. He was supposed to be like kind of like a burnout, like go with the flow, kind of like a circle of life and death kind of situation. And now he's just fucking weird and awkward and just impulsive. So yeah, then I think probably like my 3rd or 4th session is when he changed. And I think that's because during I think my 2nd or 3rd session, Farron died again. Farron technically only lasted 2 sessions. So those mimics be scary, my guys. Those mimics, man, steer clear of those. But ever since then, I think since Farron is weird and impulsive, he realizes that life is too short, and that will also go into the regret that he didn't help his new friend Simon. And if you guys remember Simon was Splender's other character that died along with Farron and was not brought back. Yeah,
But also important to note, didn't want to like Simon as a character didn't want to be brought back. So,
correct.
like,
That is correct.
It can't
Yes.
feel, yeah.
He
so
did
there was a
walk
choice
right
involved.
into hell.
Oh, sorry. Say that again, Splendor.
He did walk right into hell.
Walked into the open
He
gate.
didn't just walk into hell. He did it confidently with swagger.
Hell
As much swagger as a man who's just beaten to death can have.
But I mean, as another thing, like being new to D&D and literally brand new to this game and table, literally being thrown into the fire as the 2nd session of my character dying, perfect. Gave me a panic attack in the best way. And now when my character dies, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I want to defend myself on this. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
blaming you. I'm not blaming you at all.
No,
It's the dice.
no, I know
the
you're
dice
not blaming
gods were not
me.
in my favor.
I'm not defending myself to you, Ghost. This is a defending
Oh, okay.
myself to
Never
everybody.
mind then.
I have a saying here: try and kill your players, everybody. Because the fact of the matter is, and everybody can call this crazy, and I know people are afraid to kill their players and everything like that, but my players, I think the one reason why you all kind of trust me to run the things that I run is because you know I won't cheat anything off of you guys. If you guys come up with an absolute kick-ass plan and just murder my story NPC that I've been building up to forever, well done. You nuked them. Good job. You did it.
That's definitely
you
happened
fought that
before.
high. Yeah, no, it is. It 100% does. But you also, the return of that is that if you walk into a situation and you chuckle fuck it, which is just you walk in and go, look at us, we're heroes, we're coming in, and you get your shit slapped. Well, I'm not gonna I'm not going to play with the dice rolls. If you get slapped, you get slapped.
Guys, this is why it takes us 4 sessions to touch a combat piece, because we're like, we thought about this. Have we really considered the fucking alternatives and the consequences of said actions? Because like the closest we've ever got to instigating an impromptu fight was the one in the fucking bar when they called Stoda Pissant.
Mm-hmm.
And we almost got fucking wasted.
Yeah.
It would have been so bad if we had hung out and actually tried to have that fight. And just knowing the Grim will put you in the ground, it's we avoid combat. There's a reason for it.
I think we spent that whole week preparing to go into a TPK situation, and we were like, okay, well then what are we gonna do? Like, what character you got?
I was waiting to see how would you pull your ass, because I was fully like, okay, so where do I go with the story from here when every single one of them dies?
I mean, so that actually brings me back to just future. I was like, you said it was a good thing that your character died 2 sessions in, but really, like, how did that feel, both for you and also for you, Grim? How does it feel killing a new player at your table 2 sessions in?
Go ahead, Grim. Go ahead.
I rarely give people the opportunity to revive their character quickly, is the best way to put it. But I did do that because, Ghost was new. There was some stuff that he could have definitely done to save the situation, but he was new. So partially it was on me. And then, the other one was just really bad. A mimic, everybody. Not even a special mimic. Just a goddamn mimic rolling nat 20s all night long.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
The dice gods are fickle bitches, man.
Yeah. The dice gods wanted you all to die. So I had to think about it. And I even said that to him. I was like, Ghost, you need to give me a moment to think about this. Because I don't just let people revive to be like, my character revives. Because I find, here's the thing, and why I always say, try and kill your characters. If people feel there are no consequences to their actions, then it kind of gets rid of the tension of a D&D, like any type of game, because if you can walk around and go, we're the heroes, hey, look, you're the king, I'm gonna punch you in the face, and you just walk around the world and everybody goes, oh, you're the heroes, we would never, you have plot armor, I don't know, it gets boring for me. And luckily all of these players as well agree that you got to think about it, because otherwise you're gonna die. So I gave him the option to revive. It definitely had consequences attached to it, and I warned him and I said, hey, you're gonna do it, I'm not gonna tell you the consequences, so you have to decide if you want this.
Farron's pregnant
that right now.
That's not a joke.
Yes.
He actually is.
He is.
Yeah, but you
with an
became
insect
that way
parasite baby.
because of the time you died. You weren't pregnant when you died.
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
I am alive because I have an insect baby in my bed.
Yeah.
Is it the insect baby who is Farron now?
No.
Don't know.
It's the insect baby operating a Farron skin suit.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool. Real Attack on Titan situation.
Yeah. But I just ask Robin Splendor. In the background, I was having a fucking panic attack, and I was fucking freaking out. And I don't know if you guys could see my face, because normally we don't have our cameras on to the stream, but I was I've watched Critical Role and I've watched other bigger tables like this, but it did not prepare me. I thought it was prepared for when my character, or if my character died. No, because I very, very quickly grew to love Farron, but like I said, it was great to get that out of the way so quickly. Because like I said, now I feel like, yeah, if I lose a character, it's gonna suck, but now I know how it feels, and yeah, it's I got the hard part out of the way.
Mm-hmm. That's lovely. Okay, who's up next? How have your character's motivations changed in unexpected ways over the course of the campaign, and if so, in which way and why? And then what is one action your character has made that you
Em's
kind of
camera's gone
deeply
again, I don't know why.
regret?
Yeah, M's invisible.
And you disappeared again.
Oh, she's gone.
I'm trying to fix stuff on my end. I don't know why it hates you so much.
What that meant.
There we go. Got it.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Well, do you want me to go
I know how to
next?
fix it now.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. I think Reina started very much as this is partially just how I like to build my characters in general, is I make a pretty like a detailed background, but one that's open-ended, so that if you have a good DM like Grim, they can put some good plot hooks in there. And then like I give little, I do a overarching story of a background that I like sprinkle little DM goodies into. And then but like as a character, I have like just the most basic idea of how of like my characteristics and things, and then I like to develop as a character with my character as I play. And so I feel like Reina started as a very basic, like, I'm going out into the world on my own and I want to have a completely untethered life where I can just make my own choices and do whatever I want. And obviously, just by the nature of joining an adventuring party, you're going to end up with some connections that have obligations attached to them. But I think that over time, just with the way that Grimm wove like my backstory, but then also just the plot in general, it made it so that Reina's as a character has come to the realization that not only is it unhealthy to live a lifestyle where you're completely untethered from any sort of interpersonal connection, and to live that like completely freely, it's also not what she wants. So it's changing of motivation completely in that way. It's a total pivot.
I feel like that's such a senior player move to make a character that's so open-ended, because the story itself is where the change is coming from. That's like the wisdom of being a DM and player at a table. You're like, you know what? I'm going to give you some goodies. I'm going to leave a lot of space on the page for me. And then we're just going to grow this character together. And that's
Right.
really, really cool.
Which is also, I mean, the other reason why I do that, and why I did that specifically in this situation, is like I had never met or spoken to Grim or any of the other players other than Elise when I joined this game. So I don't want to put in like hours and hours of character development into a character for a game that I'm not sure I'm going to stick with. Because I know that I vibe very specifically with a specific play style from a DM, and that happened to be like perfectly right for me in this situation. But if it's a DM that doesn't take like your character choices into consideration and put them into the story, then that's great. People like that. That's not like the way that I want to play D&D. And so having a flatter character in that sense makes it so that like even if I stick with the campaign, I don't have to do much if I don't feel like it. In this case, I do feel like it, and it's great, and I love the way that Reina's grown.
Aww. Does she have any regrets?
Let's see. I had a good one earlier, and then I definitely forgot it. But I'd say probably not even a regret that she could change in any way. And obviously my real life circumstances prevented me, but I would have probably, even though going away to the Fae realm did reveal a lot about her background that she didn't know, there's always that sense of like, well, I wish I could have been there for the group during that time that she was separated from them.
Mhm.
And I think that definitely also played into the realization of, oh, I don't want to be alone, because I was zapped away and made to be alone. And it was like, oh, I miss those guys.
Oh, you miss home.
Yeah. Yeah. And I will also
God.
say that part of the character development part of the character development thing, I made a very impulsive choice. I think my second session that I played, that Raina was afraid of horses, and that like made a whole line of horse drama that continues to this day. And I think that's my favorite character choice I've made. That and responding to Rob messaging me after we played like one session together, what if Raina and Compton have a romance?
Love it. Love it. I love those like throwaway moments that just end up just
Yeah.
taking root.
They're-
Oh, I'm
they're-
afraid of
that's the
horses. Oh yeah. Oh, lovely. Lovely.
I think it was your fear of horses that got us that clip of Grim making horse noises. You guys remember
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yes.
Guys, go look for the clip of Grim making horse noises. It's pretty great.
It's so
Splendor,
good.
can you work your magic and find it, please?
Well, it's also really funny because that specific impulsive, like small decision was why I remember this very clearly. I was like, oh, Raina's afraid of horses, so I'm going to have her walk in the back of the wagon. And that is why we were able to catch Deanne when he fell out of the wagon. And that was a huge plot point that wouldn't have
Yep.
happened otherwise.
Amazing. Amazing. All right, Splendor.
I've never made a mistake ever. I have no regrets. Roshan as a character has not changed a ton. His primary motivation at his inception was, I really just don't want to go home. And I guess the big change is that it's been discussed, but he is going home eventually. So that's a significant change, I think. But realistically, he's softened a lot. Like he would never made friends in the pre, campaign stuff. He didn't have a ton of friends, but now that he's around all of these people, he's finding like, I like having people. Having people's nice. But that's really the main way in which he's changed. And then again, he didn't start as a genie. He's become a genie, which does tie into his greatest regret. Opening that door was really fucking dumb.
Oh, give a little context. What door?
So we a primary goal in this campaign is to go to each one of these schools. And going to Roshan's school, we stumbled into a library. And in this library, buried deep back behind several zombies, was a door that was closed. And Roshan was like, yeah, let's open this door, see what's going on. He opened it and was immediately met by fire. But Roshan is fire, so it's whatever. After a brief conversation through the door, Roshan's like, I could go in. I could pull one over on this guy who's big magic and has been here for a very long time. He proceeded to walk inside, get his thoughts read, and get disintegrated immediately. And that's why he's a genie.
Okay.
Because he came back. He got to make a wish, and he wished to be alive again. What a surprise.
But there were caveats.
Yeah, now he owes a great debt to the concept of magic, which is what a genie is.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. Also, Grim, way to disintegrate a player for going through a door.
There were so many fucking
They
warning signs.
were
Don't blame him.
warned. Okay, I warned
Yeah, there were so many warning
everybody for the. I always go and say, "Hey, sure, but ominous feeling."
We literally had like
Uh,
a big fight in the room of the door was in, and like as I remember, Roshan was almost dead when he opened that door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, 100%. And the giant scorch marks everywhere leading up to that door. Everybody's like,
Because he
"Oh my
also, I think, did a
Christmas."
good perception check going up to it. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't like, this seems weird. Gonna do it anyway.
Oh.
To try and salvage my honor here, he was not half dead. He had taken some damage. He was, however, suffering from 3 levels of exhaustion.
Yes, that was
my
it.
God.
No, yeah, he was. Yeah.
What was it? 5 feet per round, 10 feet per round, I think.
It was
it was.
15. I was a respectable 15.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. Half. My apologies.
Oh, it's
But
funny.
he did find a neat way to cure levels of exhaustion, and that's by dying and coming back again.
Yeah.
Facts.
True.
That's facts because he was fast as fuck when he came back. Remember?
Yeah.
He was like, "We gotta go."
Fast as fuck, boy.
Oh, that's excellent.
My
Oh,
my favorite one was when he was making a deal though to get revived. And then I was like, okay, how are you wording this? He's like, I want to have the power, but for a moment to destroy this entity. I was like, no problem. So I gave him the power to destroy the entity for but a moment. And one turn passed. He didn't have the movement to get to the guy. And then next turn comes, the power was gone.
You were fucking Super Saiyan Goku, if I remember.
Yeah,
You came back and
yeah.
you were
Yes, he
just fucking
was.
lit up.
This is great, and I'm so glad that Grim was on the genie brain level of like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck you over. Because, God, do you know how big Roshan's ego would have been if he had killed that guy? It would have been the worst. I very much wanted that wish to fuck him over.
excellent.
Because he stood there and he's just like, I got
He
this.
would have been
I
like
got this.
Jafar as the genie is what
Oh,
he would have been.
Phenomenal cosmic power. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's-
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
It's my turn now. I
It
gotta do
is
this.
certainly your
Okay.
turn. And you're done
So-
eating. So
Yeah, normally, at friends at home, normally I just talk through all of that. Like,
Yeah.
normally I just talk through all the food. You could hear it all the time. I'm like, yep, it's dinner time. So Emma's talking about, I put together open-ended. I wrote a 10-page background for Compton. It's out there. And of the background for Compton, of that 10 fucking pages, it's the kind of document that has a table of contents. Okay, this got headings and shit. You can click on it; it'll jump around.
Can
What
confirm
goes?
Reddit.
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. I when I build a character, the most important piece for me is understanding who they are, not necessarily where they're going. And so even though that document was 10 fucking pages long, I think it was actually longer than that. It doesn't matter. It's long.
I think it's like
Most of
14 or
it
something like
was
that.
stupid fucking things that just don't come up. like there's shit in there about if Compton isn't actively working on something actively or partying, he just becomes a grumpy cat at night. We just have never had to deal with this. We've just never had to deal with it. But it's in there where it's just like, yeah, if we're not actively like reading or learning something and like really burning the midnight oil, or we're not fucking somebody else, angry, just fucking go away. I want to go to bed, right?
Angry as fuck.
Angry as fuck. But in terms of like the character development, I'd say that there isn't anything that's truly surprising. Mostly because I think I still am working towards all of my primary goals that I established early, because most of the things that I put in my character were more general traits for them versus where I hoped they were going to be. And I think that works for me because it allows me to just stay super fluid. Like there was a couple of things in the game where when like Compton's whole reason for being in the party is because one of the big bads that we assume she's a fucking evil bitch. So Rahoyne was his boss. And effectively said, "Hey, I'm hiring you to spy on Durant Fenn." And I was like, "Okay." And that I lost that almost immediately. I think I stopped doing that after like session 13. I was just like, "Fuck that noise. I don't like her. This guy's cool and likes to share knowledge with me," you know. But even that, like from a character development standpoint, it was in line with how Compton behaves, which is knowledge is good. Like that's all well and good. So that's that bit. The piece, I think, in terms of actions of regret, I never should have went to try to save Rashawn. I never should have left the hologram man because I was getting such good fucking information from the hologram.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I was having such a good time. Fucking Raina and Compton were off in another room being like, "Oh wait, okay, so exactly how did this go down? Oh shit, that's fucking wild." And over here, death. Just over here, fucking death. And God, if we had just stayed there, everything would have been the same for fucking Rashawn. He would have died and made his deal. They would have got the fuck out of there, and I would have gotten at least 6 more fucking
Yeah,
questions.
because I think literally all we did was walk into that room and walk back out and leave. That would have been a lot more time. We could have been
Yeah,
there.
y'all just came to see what's going on, and we were
Yeah.
just like
Yeah,
fucking done
we
with all the
spent-
shit.
We spent all of our rounds using move actions just to get to them to then have to leave. And I was like, fuck. And like that is and that one bites us in the ass still because that is probably our best resource to a lot of shit because that's also the key that said like, oh, this office here has a lot of information about Frond because it's like the headmaster's office or whatever, and now we're kind of locked out of there for a bit. So that's my biggest regret.
That's a solid, tangible regret. Also, I know I said it was a senior move to come in with like open backstory, but then also as a DM, when you do have a player that writes a like a pamphlet and a booklet with you just like I don't know, you melt inside. So Rob, you're like I didn't know you cared so much. It's like you hold it like a precious Bible, you know. So it's it's amazing.
I just want to comment on that booklet he gave me. That the best part about it though is it is detailing the character of how he got to where he is, and then just a goal of where he wants to go, and that was it. Like it's still very open-ended going forward, but gives you all the information you need to know that if you want to tie their background into the game, it's like, here you go, pick and choose what you'd like to use.
I mean, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that was kind of it, like because I knew Grim already, and we had discussed tabletop a lot, and it was one of those things where it was like I knew that he really valued hooks. Like, how can I tie? Like, my world is cool, but it's not as cool as the story we're gonna tell together. So how can I implant you here? How can this matter here? And so when I was writing it, like the whole purpose of writing that fucking novella was really just for me to learn who I was. Yeah. That's like, I could have never turned it in and it would have done the exact same thing I wanted it to, because every time I'm writing down, oh, he probably does this. Oh, he probably does that. That action of like thinking about it and writing it down and then reviewing it, it builds it in. So that way, when things come up in game, you just react instead of having to consider, at least for me. And so, when Grim was like, hey, we're going to do this thing. And he gave us, I think it was the World Anvil. Was it the World Anvil or it was a OneNote or something like that of information?
Word document.
Yeah. And I was just like, oh shit, here, I'm going to put myself here. And I did this thing here. And then, oh, this is a place. And so like being able to like tie it to real things that already exist in the world. I knew Grim would fucking hurt me for it. And I signed up immediately.
Yeah. In a good way. A good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's so awesome. Yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, that verbal sort of like exercise of writing out a character, and like it really comes down to those inane choices that kind of pivot a character, like being afraid of horses. That, you know, you might write as a sentence in that 10-page document, but like when it comes down to it, it's a pivotal moment. It saved a person's life. You know, like you wouldn't think, but it does. Now, I do have to turn this question obviously on to Grim, and I know we're halfway through, so I'm just going to do one more little plug for, hey guys, there is a giveaway going on. Get in there! ! DM bundle.
Yeah,
that's how you
I
get
have
in.
it pinned.
Do it now.
And I have it pinned on the message.
Okay, as pin. Check out the pin. Okay, but Grim, hey, so you don't get to play one character. You get to play all the rest of them. Is there an NPC that grew unexpectedly? And is there a regret that you, the DM, has?
Okay. The
It's so
one
good.
who grew
It's
was
so
right
good.
off the beginning. We all know who he is. We
Is
all
it
know.
Deanne
who
or
he
is it Joffrey? There's so many
It's
in the
Deanne.
beginning, dude.
It's
Deanne.
Deanne.
Our boy Jeff.
Javi, yes, Jeff. Deanne grew because these motherfuckers refused to let this man run away. Absolutely, we're on his ass.
Okay.
And
Sorry, who was Deanne at the
it-
start? Can I just have context for who
yes.
Deanne was?
He was a bullshit
so they
thug man.
Yeah,
I think
bullshit thug man. Yep.
Grim, did he have a name before?
No, he did
Yeah,
not.
that's what
he
I
was
did.
Nameless Bandit Man number 6.
Number
Uh,
6.
Yes.
So they raid this windmill to find the blood barons because they found out that's where they keep all the loot, and then they murder everybody there except for the bullshit man who teleports away. Still to this day, I know it burns Splendor with the heat of 1,000 suns. And then they left one man alive. Stopped Craig from eating him, which was real rough, and then this man kept trying to escape, and he was a very dexterous person, so he kept slipping the ropes and everything like that until they finally just knocked him out and said, hey, you're
my
coming
one
with
rope.
us. Exactly. And then they kept checking up on him, like they gave him to the guards. They're like, hey, what's going on with this guy? we want to know more. And then the guys are like, he's in our captain. Can we see him? It's like, if you want to, you can. It's like, okay. They're like, hey, we're going to escort him to the larger town to be interrogated. And finally, what if we did that for you? What if we escorted this man? And they're like, sure. And it actually was a very cool plot hook because the fact of the matter is they got passes. They were able to travel a lot easier because they were quote unquote like makeshift deputies, right? So they got these passes so they could travel. And then I was like, okay, they're interested in this man. So we gave him the name, Deanne. And then genuinely his character progressed and grew because I have all my NPCs just have a little, what is their thing? What do they strive to do? So I got Deanne. I'm like, I don't know how much they're going to give 2 shits about this guy. So, he's a thief because he has to. And what's his weird quirky thing? He plays the piano. That's all I wrote for his stuff.
Perfect.
So as the group progressed with him, they had a lot of heart-to-hearts with them. They put him into danger and he helped them out of danger and he just progressed and he's still out in the world, and depending on where they go, I know they're going to run into him again. And he is a character that I was immediately just like, throw him away. And they jumped onto this man so hard. And that's actually how they got the name the Ex-Cons, because they wanted to reform Deanne. So they wanted to be known as people who help people reform. So they named themselves the Ex-Cons.
Yeah. We wrote him full fucking letters of recommendation to places so he could work back in Stillwater. It was a whole thing. Deanne was tight. And then you hurt him with Arrow, and it hurts my heart. I still think about this.
Yeah,
Did he
I
get
know
hurt?
you guys hate Arrow. Oh,
Emotionally, mentally. There's definitely some shit going on.
And Arrow, probably physically too. Fuck.
Facts.
Okay. Oh, that's wonderful.
Regrets.
Yes.
I can't say I have a regret. My only regret that I would have is towards my dice. Is like, I wish I played with I should have played with physical dice when a certain someone was supposed to be disintegrated in front of their eyes, and he just didn't because he kept dodging like a little bitch all the time. I was like, just die. You're supposed to die here. So yeah, that's not like a regret on me because and this is gonna sound sappy, and I fully accept that. My players have really never made me, all the moments that have kind of happened through the game have never met as a regret, because they've never come to a point where I've ever had like, hey, we hated this. Hey, this was something that we wish happened differently. All of you are very wonderful that, things just happen because they happen. It's just the way the dice rolls, the decisions you make. I reward you when things go well, and then I punish you when things go bad. It's just the way it is. It's a very give and take. So I don't genuinely think I could, as a DM, say that I have a regret. I will say the biggest regret was, I think, was that I did not push the Fancy Dan harder. I should have pushed that man so much harder, because I love that man.
Splinter would have
Sorry.
ate it up.
Can you tell me who Fancy
when you
Dan
made
is?
him racist.
The dandy, yeah.
Yeah.
He is an elf enthusiast. Thank you very much.
That's
Uh,
blackface, brother. That's blackface, brother.
Racist.
Erwin Ken was a
It's-
delightful fancy boy whose ship we almost hired to get us over to Cave.
Friends, consider this. We're going to his wedding soon.
Yes.
So, like,
We have to go to the wedding.
we're going to a wedding. You will see him soon.
I totally forgot.
Soon.
Holy shit.
Orlin Ken is when they were going to look to hire a ship to get across the waterway to the next continent over. So that I gave them 3 options for the boats, 3 very distinct boats. And one of them was Orlin Ken, he had never rich boy, dad bought him everything, and he wanted to be a swashbuckling sailor boy who sailed the 7 seas and would write his own line of adventure books and be absolutely fantastic. He did everything in his power to get these people to hire them. They did not. But because they like to fuck with him, they talk to him all the time. And they ended up just like befriending him in a way that he's not a part of the joke, but
Yeah.
he is the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at one point they made him sit in a dinner party and told him that he could not leave that chair or their entire mission would be ruined. So he literally walked around a party holding a chair to his butt and would not leave the
That's
chair.
when Farron died.
It was so great.
Yeah, that is when Farron
Yep.
died. And they kept calling him to come visit them. And the problem with that is the people who were chasing down the group thought they hired that boat, not the dwarf boat, because they kept having this man come visit them. They never called the dwarves. They always went to visit the dwarves at the most shadiest of times that no one would ever think you'd go visit a dog. But they called Orlin over all the time. And the people who were chasing them, because once again, I like to do things based off of the player's actions. The people who were chasing them did a backup plan that, hey, if they get on that boat, sucks to be them. So the people that were chasing them planted bombs in his boat because they thought it was going on his boat. So they escape from the evil guys and they sail away. And the evil guy's like, haha, sucks to be you. My people told me they planted bombs in the boat that they hired. Poor communication, large cults, they just sometimes wires cross. So they're sailing away from the harbor, and all these evil guys are watching them all going, ha 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 ha, we got you. And hit the boat that they're all staying from explodes in a giant majesty of fire and flame because they all thought that they rented that boat for their getaway. And
part of that was on him too, because I do believe he was going around town being like, I'm going on a fancy adventure soon. And so like that was on him.
It was 100% on him as well.
Also, if he wasn't an elf racist, I don't think that Raina would have had as much of an opinion about it. And I think she really put her foot down on that one.
Yes, she did. And anybody wondering what it means by being an elf racist, he didn't hate elves. He wore pointy ears that he made prosthetics for, and he wore sparkles on his face because he thought all elves are just naturally very pretty. So
he's not an elf.
He fully just fucking
he's not an elf.
He's a human man. He's a human man.
It was cultural appropriation.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is problematic. I mean, albeit done with good intentions. I love him. I love everything that happened to him. I love how you guys troll him. I can understand why you love this character, Grim, and I'm so excited that he's found someone that he loves, that he is indeed getting married. So
now that they have a house in the town that he is kind of a big deal in, of course he's going to invite his best friends who totally would have invited him on the journey if they knew how to get a hold of him, because he's a busy man in his mind. So
also his boat got blowed up.
It's still also gonna suck that we're gonna show up and fuck his wife, because that's gonna go over so poorly for him.
Raina absolutely views Seth's wedding as a problem to be solved and not
Oh my god. Oh, so good. So amazing.
For context, he's marrying a casino dealer
Yep.
from Resto's
Tabitha.
casino. Yeah,
The
Tabitha.
hot one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who Compton was lightweight flirting with, not extra. He wasn't the weird whale guy, so it kind of worked out.
But
I
still
hate how
normal
my brain
Compton.
works sometimes because I just play scenarios. When we aren't playing D&D, it's like, well, what would have happened here? Well, he always knew that they were going to the casino, so of course he'd want to check out the casino, and she was always interested in people who had money, and he's pretty good. Then I was like, why am I doing this? This means nothing. And I was like, nah, it does. It's fun for me.
Yeah, your world's alive in your mind, Grim. You gotta let it just grow like a little garden.
Oh, I do.
How
It's
did
real
it
bad. I do.
feel when the like all the strings came together and you were like, oh no, they're gonna blow up this guy's ship. They're gonna blow up, what is his name? Fancy Dan?
No.
What was his
No,
name?
Fancy Dan is the best horse.
Erlin Ken. Fancy Dan was a horse.
Erlen Ken.
Oh, sorry, Erling.
But he was a
okay.
dandy. This is why it gets confusing.
I call him the fancy dandy. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's what it was. Okay. Yeah.
It
when all
was
the-
great because it felt so good because I knew watching it develop, I was like, oh, they're all going to laugh their asses off when that boat blows up. I was like, because it just makes sense. The people have never once seen them talking to the only day that cult ever saw these people talk to those dwarves is the day they got on that boat and sailed away. That is literally the only time they ever saw them talk to those dwarves.
Amazing. I love it. That's wonderful when a story writes itself like that. And you're like, it's like, I don't know if I were to sit down and write this solo, if I could actually do a moment like this. You know what I mean? Like, that's fantastic. It's such a collaborative effort. Lovely. Okay. I believe we finally answered that question.
It's been an hour.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we're gonna leave that one for after our first break. We'll ask some other focus questions. I'm gonna go with this one because this has a preface before it. It says, I also have a question for Rob specifically, purely because I think it's funny to put him on the spot. Rob,
What?
what advice would you give a player who found themselves in the position of the reluctant leader at their table?
Fuck you, Splendor, you dick bitch.
I told you it's a good one.
It's a good one. Oh, fuck me. Okay. I'm going to go back to this. I don't know what the fuck happened to my life. I have no control. I don't own anything. I've made 3 characters back to back that are intended to be the absolute shitbricks of the party. Outright. That's their intent. Compton, as written, is supposed to be the dude that you don't want to do anything. But then these motherfuckers show up. And then and they're like, oh, no, but I'm going to do a more fucked up thing. And I'm like, oh, God, no. Okay, I got to do this. I think that the answer to this question is fight it, but then do it anyways. You know what I mean? Like arguably say I'm not the fucking leader, but then also, build the ship this way. And what do? Don't go over there. Come over. Why are you wearing that? Do that, but then also complain about it because you can't get out of it. You can't. And I think the problem is in a game like D&D, if you don't do it, you're going to fucking die. People will just die because then you're not doing good decisions or you're not planning or you're not whatever. Embrace it, I suppose. But then also, I don't know. Make bad choices sometimes. Make people regret what they've done to you. And I think that's the one. Force people to sit down and eat ice cream when they don't want to talk about stuff. Like have those moments where you can just really make folks uncomfortable because they've elected you chief. Take your clothes off and pretend they're there. That's kind of it.
That's excellent. I love it. Lean into the reluctance, be crotchety. I like that advice. That's very good. That's very, very good. I will say to the audience, you guys can ask questions too. And I'm sorry if you have asked questions. I've kind of been just watching these lovely people chat about their game, and I have been so entranced by it that I may have missed them. So if you have asked a question and you are following the story and you do want to know something, and here's your chance now to ask a question, ask it. Do
1, 2,
it.
3, go.
Mm-hmm.
All at once.
The evil
Also,
Kermit
don't
gift
feel
pops
like
up.
you got to do it because we put you on the spot. Slip one in later.
No,
We'll
I'm
watch.
just
No,
putting
yeah.
you on the spot.
It's
and I
now
love
or
it.
never.
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
now.
I am
Literally
watching
now or
chat,
never. You can't.
so,
You got to do it now or not
if
at all.
any did come up, I would have given blah, 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 blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah,
Wow.
blah, blah.
I love it. I do enjoy a reluctant leader. I'm glad you took that mantle up because if you don't have one, gosh,
He
you
didn't
need it.
take it. He didn't take it.
Well, you did.
It
It
was
was
So
thrust into me aggressively in a repeated fashion.
took
I just
that-
had-
Yeah. He took that crown, threw it on the ground, kicked it away, threw it at other people for like probably 5 or 6 sessions. Everybody's like, here you go. You dropped this. Sorry about that.
Brought it back all like bent and fucked
Here
up
you go,
and shit.
King.
the real advice, friends, is don't be a dad in real life. Just don't do that. If you don't do that, people won't ask you to do things. But as soon as you're a fucking dad in real life, they're like, oh, well, you've got responsibilities. Here you go. And you're like, oh, cool.
You know what
Thanks. More.
responsibility is.
No, Grim and I have had this conversation multiple times where it's like, I'm a dad all the fucking time. I want to be a dumb fucking kid in D&D. And everybody else is like, but
Dad.
dad.
Oh.
It is fun. It is fun, but it is wholly unintended. You just don't be a dad. That's it. That's it. That's the one.
Well, I can actually talk about this right now. This might not kind of leading up to that. That isn't a bad thing. This session, as all D&D games, have an end date. This one does. But we are spitballing the idea that after this one is done, we are going to run a series of short campaigns with different systems to see what us as a group, if we want to stick with D&D or if we want to go on to a different tabletop RPG with our next campaign. And this is actually something that I think other groups would like. I would recommend to try because exactly the leader syndrome. Every one of those mini campaigns is actually going to be focused around a specific player in our group as the quote unquote story element of the game. So one person is going to be making the backstory of their character, and the mini campaign is going to be based off of that character, and then everybody else will be like the supporting to that character. So when it hits your turn, you're the leader. This is your story. Everybody else is just there to help you along your journey. And at the same time, I know you're all going to hate. I know certain people are going to hate this, but I'm going to make you do it because it'll be really fun to see everybody kind of step to center stage for their own little story. So we're going to be doing that after Wilfrem is done. And then after that, we'll see what campaign module tabletop RPG system we're going to stick with after that. But I think it'll be fun because it'll be a series of probably like 3 to 4 months, each one of these. And then it'll just be centered around a specific player and their character story.
It's amazing. I didn't know. I knew that you wanted to do and explore other TTRPGs, which I think is just a really wise idea, and to do mini arcs. I did not know that you would be dedicating those mini arcs to a specific character, which I think is just a brilliant idea, especially for a short campaign.
Well, it was actually came from Rob. Me and him were talking, and I was explaining to him. He's like, I just hate the idea of making a character that is kind of a throwaway, right? And I said, yeah, but I did actually think of that, where everybody knows besides the one person who is kind of the central person of the story, that's their time to be like, hey, this is the character I really want to play to see a story go start to finish for them. And then everybody else knows that you don't think that this is going to be a thing where we're going to finish your story arc and everything like that. Just understand you're making a character that, yeah, make them lively. I'll throw in everything that we can for them, but just don't use your A+ stuff because I don't want to see it getting lost in the weeds, right? It really sucks when you make like the character that, yes, this is the one, this is my long-term campaign person, and then the campaign ends abruptly. Everybody I think who searches for tabletop online or anything like that knows that feeling, that using your A+ stuff and then it kind of falls apart or it doesn't go as long as you thought it was going to be. It's a shitty feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always find that my like throwaway ones are like my favorite ones though.
Yeah.
Like
Mm-hmm.
remember when we played Call of Cthulhu, the Sawyer Green story a few
Yeah.
She was so cool.
I was
Literally,
rewatching that.
I was the one I made the least amount of effort in putting this character together at all. I was the only one to use a pre-made character sheet. I was like, I'm gonna name her fucking Sawyer Green because she's gonna get eaten by Eldritch Horror immediately, and then just the dice made it so that she was just the most like badass motherfucker you've ever seen.
Is that Rob? Is that yours?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I haven't. Don't tell me anything, guys. I haven't got that far in. You guys just went into the tomb. Okay, so it's like,
Sawyer's badass.
Girl, you got another
Sawyer's
5
badass.
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just Sawyer's a badass. That's it.
yeah. I'm very excited.
I'll add to that too because it's like soap. When Grim ran a one shot, I don't remember what it was for specifically, but I made that the Reaper guy with the big ass fuck off scythe. And I played Soapstone. That dude was one of my favorite fucking characters.
Yeah.
Like, I knew he was gonna die. I knew like it was like whatever, fuck it. But it made it so much fun because I made him do dumb shit.
Yeah.
And like, fuck it, he's gonna die. He's gonna die. Remember, I fucking drained all my blood on the door. All of it. It's just like this is gonna work.
Yeah. Dude, I really liked playing Spoon in that too. That was fun.
Yeah,
But I
definitely.
also made the weirdest fucking character for that, which was so fun.
I think that's really great. Like that's why I really love Grimm's idea of the whole like short adventures, one person's focus, so one person can really exercise being in center stage, and the rest of you guys can have those fun, like not serious characters that you can just sort of love and exercise, just being a character just for a little bit, just getting in that skin, making decisions, seeing how it plays out, testing the waters. So it's really cool. And I mean, I guess for those of you in the group who maybe don't find themselves as somebody who's drawn towards center stage, how do you feel about the idea of possibly being there?
What a fucking nightmare.
I do think it speaks a lot to our group in general that like any of us would be more excited to be there supporting the person being at the center of attention than to be the person at the center of attention. Just because we know that hey, this is going to be a throwaway character that we're not going to do anything with, it doesn't mean that we're not going to put in our best effort because we're here for each other.
That's big facts.
Yeah.
Big facts.
It's a good group when you guys can sit back and enjoy watching someone else just take the stage and just sit back and be like, oh yeah, that's awesome. That is so wonderful.
Well, I think one of the most frequent messages that I get from Rob after playing game is, did I talk like just way too fucking much? And I tell him every time I could listen to you, Compton, say stupid shit all day.
Yeah.
Like
I fucking hate it. I feel like Ricky Bobby. I don't know what to do with my hands.
But sometimes I do say I wanted to say something and you talked too fast, so maybe you put some pauses in there, and that's what I tell him.
Yeah. But I mean, like, especially
breathe.
Yeah, especially like because Rob is so fucking good at it.
No.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Shut up.
Absolutely not. Like, okay, hold on. No, because I was going to say this. My favorite moments of this entire game for the past 2 years all exist without me. They exist without me entirely. Like, I love what? Which one, Grim?
Dude,
I'm listening.
no, that's not you. No, that's not you. That's literally almost every D&D player ever, unless they're the people who really like the hog spotlight. Everybody never remembers their moments. They remember everybody else's moments because you're invested in their story more than you're invested in yours.
Yeah.
I
Much so.
Yes. I don't care about. I'm just saying, like, my favorite fucking moments happen without me. I hate it because sometimes I talk too fast when I'm not on a fucking bender, and then all of a sudden some shit happens, and then it's a fucking nightmare for everybody involved. But it's always a concern. I hate it because I want to make sure that other people are saying stuff and doing things, but my brain is wired in such a way where I'm like, it's been silent for 3 seconds. Somebody probably should move forward. I don't do, like, I'll watch other D&D games where people sit there for a hot minute, and I'm like, I get anxious. I get anxious as fuck, and I'm just watching the game, and so that's why I'm always checking in, because it's like, I recognize that that's a problem for me, but that doesn't mean I should fucking respond to it that way. And I need to be told if I'm responding to it that way, right?
That's what apology I have to say to Nikki. I'm like, Nikki, in our Monday game, I'm sorry, I'm the exact same as we're all that. Awkward silences, like when that dead air comes, like, oh, I'm just going to fill this in now because why not? Man. I'm just an idiot who talks all the time and just won't shut up.
It's good. No, it's perfectly good. I think it's fine to fill that dead air with something. If somebody has something to say or they want to do something specifically, I mean, there's always a raise of a hand, like, I got an idea. And in that downtime, do whatever you want. Like, seriously, it's fine. And I think too that blends well, Rob, with the fact that, Compton did end up with the captain's hat. Because I mean, it does help to like drive the party forward in that case. But I will say that, like, when I've been listening to you guys, I mean, like, when I clicked on the channel, it was a Compton rant. It was indeed, and I was like, wow, this guy's got a really good accent. That's what I thought. And I came in and I was like, wow, this is a hell of a rant.
I think that was actually one of the first things you said was,
oh, really?
I like your accent. Yeah.
We could check the logs. But yeah, but I think I just really like, like the quiet moments and the cool ideas that come from like Farron. I feel like, what was I watching something where it was like a crowd. Oh, obviously Compton was giving a speech. There's a crowd. It's a few sessions ago. And you guys were all in the crowd. You guys all had different like jobs as Compton was like literally speaking with the crowd. And I just remember all of your unique choices that you were making of like how you were affecting the game. It wasn't to talk and filibuster, but it was changing the way the crowd was reacting. And I loved it. And like, you can just play to all your strengths that way. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be the chatty Cathy.
Like when I calmed them down and made them feel safe.
Yes, exactly. Wait, you had like the president's wife? That was your job, right? Yeah.
I think it was Farron with the there was somebody gonna throw a tomato and Farron just no.
Yeah.
No.
Mm-mm.
No.
Mm-mm. Which was so badass.
No.
Yeah, it was so badass.
No.
Yeah. It was lovely chemistry. You guys flowed really, really well together. So it was just a joy. Yeah. Okay. Gosh, I don't know if I want to get into another question. I know the counter says a minute left for the draw. We should probably plug it again. Guys, if you're just hanging out in there and you haven't put your name to the draw is going to be drawn soon. like literally 50 seconds.
Win some free shit.
Yeah. Get in
all the fun free shit.
Help Grim celebrate his accomplishment at getting these people to play in a game consecutively for 2 years, which is any DM's dream, really, truly. But yeah,
every single week.
2 more years.
He says that, and he was like, "What about every other?" I was like, "No, not every other week. I'm not doing every other week.
No.
Every fucking week, twice a week, maybe. How do we manage that?"
That's insane, dude. Grim, how do you manage that?
Yeah,
That's
but
insane.
we only don't play
It's
on
them.
Saturdays, and we play every other night.
Yeah, that's also a way we could do it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. All right, everybody. It is draw time. Let me open up that text document because I set that up through StreamerBot.
While you're doing that, I do have a question. Are we going to break soon, or should I go get beer now?
No. I literally sent a message in the Discord.
Yep.
I'm not
I'm not
reading.
looking at that.
When do I read a Discord? I'll take a look.
Yeah,
It's after the winner is picked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good, 'cause I have
And
to
then
ask
we're
the
gonna
winners.
be
Literally
going.
like 2 minutes.
No. Yep. Just so everybody see the wheel. I spin the wheel. Let's see who
The
gets.
wheel.
Oh, the wheel.
Oh, there is a wheel.
What
Come
the
on.
fuck?
Oh, full bread box. Congratulations.
Yay!
It's rigged.
You know what I'm wondering is if you take a single slice of bread, out of any of those bread packages, is it no longer a full bread box? Or does it still count because it's mostly full? You know what I mean? Like what qualifies a full bread box? Are we baking the bread in the box?
It. No, he always replaces it.
Got it.
He has a loaf that sits on the counter and then he replaces it.
I think it's only when you can't fit any more bread in it.
Right. Then you call the birds.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Redbox. I'm going to message you on Discord because I do have you on my Discord. All I'm going to need from you is your address, and I'm going to get those shipped out to you as soon as I can because I'm going to get all the packages together, everything like that figured out. Congratulations. After the break, we're all going to take a break here because we all need to do what we need to do. I will be announcing mostly pissed. And then I will be announcing the next draw after the break.
Goodbye, everybody. We'll see you so much. If you've got questions, put them in the chat. If you've got questions,
please, yes.
Got questions now. Guys.
Hello. So,
Hello.
quick announcement before we get back into it, everybody. The second draw is starting. Anybody who's interested in the next one is for anybody who's looking to run pretty much, well, not pretty much, a full, well, it is. It's a full campaign. We have, this is the Critical Role bundle. You got to give shouts out to the people who, one of the people who were a big push for D&D. There's many other people who have done it, but this is Critical Role. The next giveaway is for the Explorer's Guide to Wildmount. All the information and everything that you need for to run in the world of the Critical Role world. And what ties in with it is the full campaign that is ran within Wildmount called Call of the Netherdeep. Full module from level 3 to 12, and all the information you need is right here in these. So anybody who's looking to run a full campaign with all the information that you could possibly need and or want to run this, these will be the next giveaway.
Okay, so
It
no
looks
one
like
can enter
Nikki
this
wants
but
to
me.
enter. I saw it. She was like, "Oh no."
I'm just thinking, I was like, man, if anyone's like a Critical Role fan, even if you don't want to run the campaign, it's like that's all of the things. Yeah, that's all of the things that you would just need to just immerse yourself in it, right? All the lore. Yeah, exactly. All the peek behind the curtain, basically. It's amazing. And also, can we just like give a shout out for Grim for like being like, I'm gonna do a giveaway, and then he's just like, I'm gonna give away amazing shit. Like, seriously, dude. Not just like, oh, here's a key to a game. It's like, oh no. Here's a physical copy of something that you're going to love. So Yeah. I guess
The
after
first
that-
2 sessions of that campaign are great. Splendor approved. That group fell apart immediately.
Yep.
Yeah. So
our
exclamation
boy
mark
who's
critical looks like.
dead.
Oh, look at that. Get in there, guys. Exclamation mark critical to hop in on that giveaway, that amazing giveaway. Personally,
What I miss?
Grim is. I've been paying attention to this avidly.
been
Grim
paying
is
attention too.
cycling all the NPCs from our game in that bottom corner, and Yolindel just went by, and I got
Yeah.
sad.
I've noticed him.
Oh
Our boy Yolindal.
I have
Tell me a
not
little bit
been
about
paying attention to that.
Yolindal. Tell me a little
He's
bit.
dead.
Okay, well,
That fucking ghost.
he's fucking dead.
He is though.
tragic place to start from, but let's roll it back a little bit.
It's fucking dead.
That's gonna
Yolindel
be
was
so sad.
I know, right? I'm pretty sure that Yolindel, like most of Grim, we just adopt all of the NPCs. We either hate them and murder them, or they're ours. And Yolindel was one of the ones we fucking took to, because he was supposed to just be like a guardian. He was a gatekeeper of sorts. At the very end of the book, when you do the trials to be part of the, why am I going to forget? Because I'm bad at names.
School of
The
Infernal
thing.
Prophets.
Thank you. The School of Infernal Prophets, there's a dragon you have to fight. And then that dragon transforms into like a humanoid form. And he says, pick a school and then you fuck off. And I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be the end of that. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to fucking talk to that guy again, but not us. I sat down and had a conversation with him. I was like, how do I hang out with you? He gave me a piece of his fucking heart. It turned into a little dragon, and he was cool as dicks. And like this also ties into another long running gag or thing with the campaign. It's not just about reforming criminals. We also fight for fair rights for workers, and Yolindel's enslaved. So we were like, that's fucked. We don't really like that. We think that that's kind of bullshit. And so that was always like a little secondary bit. But then he died because the Fire Eyes guys, the Order of the Reborn, were trying to break the book, and we went in there and we stopped them. But in the process, Yolindel died. So that was kind of a bittersweet thing. But we have a dragon egg now, so hopefully that's cool.
Yeah, that was after Kyla got her school, and then all that shit happened. Like I was Kyla was the last one to do it, and then all that shit happened.
Kyla, you joined. I feel like I knew Grim already by the time that you joined. Unless that's crazy. No, am I wrong about that? I feel like
I don't.
How long
I
have
would
you
say
been-
you probably did.
Yeah.
I would say you probably known Grim longer than Paige has been in game.
How long have I been subscribed to Grim? Where's my badge? Checking my badge.
Yeah, Eiko, I agree. That was scary. All of a sudden, everybody went like, "Bah!"
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Wow. So much of it has happened in your campaign. It's amazing. I guess when you
2
run
years.
it weekly, right? Run it like weekly though. That's the thing that like I just can't wrap my head around is like, how do you, Grim, how do you keep up with that? Honestly, how do you keep up with that?
Good question.
Yeah, no, that's a loaded question. Well, everybody, a little peek behind the curtain of Grim. I work as a machinist, and some weeks I have parts that run for a very long amount of time, and it takes me a very small amount of time to program said parts. So I will sometimes, if I have a really like a part that's going to take an hour, and I have like 10 of them. So that's a day's worth of work right there. I'll program a next job, and then I will pull up my Google Docs and I will start writing prep on those days. And I'll be like, all right, how much prep can I get out? They're probably going to do this. And then I go weird freaking pegboard of like, oh, okay, if they do this, then I might have to prepare that. Well, we'll only have to prepare a little bit of this until this happened. And then we go like this. But they're probably going to go in this direction. I go out my string and I make all these subplots. And then I go, okay, which one do I work on first? And then I slowly work on them. And then the next session happens. I go, okay, this one, throw in the trash. Good thing I didn't work on that too long. Now we go on to the next one. That's
I have
about it.
a follow-up question to that, if I may. Grim, how has it changed, like, as you've gotten to know us as players? How has that process changed? Like, are you able to more accurately predict,
Yes.
like, this is what they might do? Okay.
You all have your carrots, I like to call them, where I go, okay, I'm gonna put this out there and it's gonna get picked up so fast. And I know that if I want a direction, I'll just be like, here's this. And then sometimes you see it, you all see it, and you go, he wants us to take this. And I kind of want to take this, so I'll take it and I'll run with it. But other times when you all go, do you think we go that direction? I was like, no, never. How could I possibly see you going this way? Yeah. So, that's it. And I think this is actually for everybody, not just you all. For all the viewers out there, get people together and play with them for a while. Because as a DM, it just gets easier because you know their likes, their dislikes. And it's not even a railroading thing. It's just if you have a story element that you want them to get to, you sooner or later can just fluidly throw in a quote unquote roadblock. Like if you want to hate an NPC, just instantly say, hey, this is my house, these are my rules, and Compton will want to burn that person alive. M, just be like, hey, I'm better at this than you, and M will instantly try and show them that they're not. Like, just absolutely, like, I will put you in the ground and be better than you. Ghost, anything weird, just like what's this oddity, like gypsies? You're a fan for a good fortune teller.
Yes, I am.
Splendor button, just put a button.
Heroin monkey. He's the fucking heroin monkey. He sees it and he's just like, but it tastes so good.
But what does it do? And that's Splendor. If I want him to push, if I want him to go away, just put a button there.
Yeah, a door surrounded by flames and scars. Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's so far, it's a very shady man in a forest, a door that has tried to set me on fire, or a box that I didn't check.
Yeah. And then Paige, I'm still learning you. We're gonna get there, but right now, weirdly emotional trauma. That seems
Paige,
to be
you
your
set
kick.
shit up. That's true. That's so true.
That checks out.
Yeah.
You want to make me feel things? Okay.
I have a quick question for Grim.
Mm-hmm.
Not to put anyone or single anyone out, but who is the biggest wild card out of us?
Oh,
The biggest wild card. Okay. Because he does love to push buttons, it's still Splendor. Because he messes with me that he circles around them, right? And he goes, oh, like, no, I wouldn't possibly. And then he walks away. I was like, oh, okay. And then he's like, you know what? I changed my mind.
I need to know what it does.
Yeah.
And this has happened out loud a couple of times during sessions. Every time Grim pokes me, I say either out loud in VC or to myself, God damn it, Grim, because he knows that I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
fuck.
So, and then the second wild card, Ghost, it has to be you, because I'll be honest, I'm trying to follow your thought process a lot of times, and I just can't. And I just
When
go,
he stole from everybody.
Oh,
he
yeah.
stole. Okay, the two biggest ones recently just decided, hey, we're going on this grand adventure to save a city. What if I just rob everybody on this caravan to justice? Like, they're all here for a great cause, but like, what if I robbed them all? That'd be great.
Let's put a dent in
then-
morale.
Yeah. And then the second is a man who is watching you all murder people in the street, who genuinely doesn't seem to care at all. Raises his cup to you, be like, hey, you do you blind him for no reason whatsoever.
Fuck, I was crying during that shit.
So good.
Oh,
Just,
that's one of the moments that'll just be.
there is a clip of me my brain broke because I couldn't understand the thought process behind it, and I just started laughing like a giddy little boy, because I went, I'm trying. I usually can make the hurdles to get to where you are, and I just don't understand the thought process behind this. The man was cool, and you're just like, I want to blind him. All right, why not? Sure.
After he's
Let's
seen
go with it.
everything.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
though. Now
was-
though.
Yeah, literally,
was so
literally, man
good.
goes, all right, you guys do you, and he goes back to trying to do his own thing. You're just like blindness. It's like okay.
And then I scare the shit out of him, trying to de-escalate it even further.
Oh man, are you okay? Hey, I just appeared and you made eye contact with me and you were blind. And then when I reappear, you're not blind anymore. It's so weird how that works, right?
Oh,
And then
my
I paid him
God.
off.
Yes.
You did.
I paid him off.
You fucking
Oh.
did.
It was so weird.
No, and
Baron's
then
the best guy to have at a party.
who was the oh my gosh, I can't remember his name. The after you went and had the fucking fortune telling thing, and there was that guy that you all knew.
Bart.
Bart.
Yeah,
Fucking
Yeah.
Bart.
fucking Bart,
Yeah.
and you have Farron following him around trying to convince him that he's like doing a good thing. He's like, but I don't know how to people.
After Farron intimidates him by becoming
yeah.
some type of weird
Yeah,
venomous
exactly.
fungi man, and then
Mhm.
walks up to him and goes, "Hey, we cool?" He's like, I guess, because I don't want you to murder me. So
Yeah.
sure, why not?
Spence-
All right, I'll take this as we're good friends now.
Spends like another like 10-15 minutes fucking trying to convince him. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry, I think we're good, but I just don't know how to people. So like we're gonna have a conversation and try to like become like more close friendly. Oh yeah, what the fuck? I still don't know how to people.
That's
So-
Farron. What can I say? That's also
So
me,
Splendor-
guys. Farron
Yeah.
is me.
Oh,
Splendor is my. I thought he was going to press this, and he just kind of toys with me for a while. Wild card. Like, will he eventually do it? Maybe. I don't know when though. And then Ghost is just, I can't follow. I don't know why you did this. Like, okay, it happened, but I don't know how we got here.
oh my god.
That's why Ghost is like Farron is my favorite fucking character in this entire campaign. Farron's interactions are so fucking human in the most I have magic, but I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, no, they're so good. They're so
You
good.
know? It's like, but
Lone
it's like
Ricky Bobby.
it's just very much so like I've got so much power you can't fucking see. Like, you know, and it feels
I wonder
so
what
good.
everybody is thinking.
Yeah, just invasively entering people's brains, you know. Fuck it.
I love it.
I need
That
to
is the
send-
spell I've used the most.
I need
That's
to send
definitely
Nikki
the spell I've
that
used the
little
most.
fucking clip edit that I made at that one specific moment that I sent to you guys.
It's
so
so
You
good.
do. You do.
And
it's so
that-
funny.
yeah. Yeah, detect
Oh.
thoughts is Farron's fog cloud.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh shit.
What have you learned that's been most shocking when you've used detect thoughts, Farron?
Oh no.
Oh, honestly, I think Kyla's passed. to be
Oh
honest.
yeah.
I
That
think
was that.
Kyla's
Yeah.
passed. Because
hmm
when Farron found out, Kyla was still guarded and didn't tell anyone anything. Like, we knew the story about
Mhm.
her, her city and the siege that's been happening, but we didn't know her past.
Mhm.
And that kind of forced Kyla to come clean.
It was more so like a coming of like memory realization almost too
Mm-hmm.
in a way, because there was like things that like clicked automatically, and she went to Roshan first, and then Roshan's like, hey, by the way, Farron can do detect thoughts, let's pull him in on this too. And then it was the three of us, and then later on afterwards there was a whole argument about going in the lamp, which was funny as fuck.
Yes. Because and that was brought on because Farron was Farron and detected thoughts on Compton and was sucked into Compton's brain
Oh yep. Yep.
and had a showdown with Trevor.
Fucking
I'm sorry, who's Trevor in Compton's brain?
Fucking Trevor.
Do we not know about Trevor?
We need to talk
you
about
did
Trevor.
mention Trevor.
Let's
You
talk
did
about
not
Trevor.
mention Trevor
Yeah, let's
in
talk about
your
Trevor.
character description, which is funny.
Oh, okay. I don't know where to fucking start. I had an idea for a character that I really wanted to play. I was like, I want a guy who doesn't have magic innately, but then gets magic innately. And I was talking to Grim about it. And effectively, the only way to do it was to be a fallen Aasimar. And I was like, okay, now how can we make this work? And Grim and I, workshopped the idea. And effectively, what we landed on was, well, you die. and then when you're dead, you come back. That's how this happens. And I was like, I don't like that fully because I want more. I don't want to die and come back. That's a cool idea, but I want it to do more. And so we worked on this theory of having like almost like a possession. Like, so when you pass, your soul leaves, but your body's there, and there are these entities that can just fucking hijack your skin suit, right? And we were like, okay, cool, but what happens if you also don't leave? What happens? And there was a whole intro, session 0 that was, I think we actually have the audio for that session 0. I think I have the audio for that, where Grim and I just did a back and forth one-on-one type of thing where we detail out exactly how Trevor comes into Compton's mind and how Compton locks him into a prison. And it becomes this back and forth thing where he's like, I know that there's popular media that does this where somebody's building like a mind palace or whatever, and they're like, I can go to this room and find this thing and whatever. And so that was kind of it. That was kind of the thing. And I was like, okay, so Compton is quickly building up this cell around this entity to keep it contained and get control of his own body back. And then he wakes up on a beach and is able to throw firebolts, because now there's this entity inside of him that has magic. And then over time, he starts learning he can communicate with it, and they talk and they work together. And Trevor very clearly wants control of Compton's body. And Compton's like, absolutely fucking not. That's not a good idea. And Trevor's like, well, why not? It'd be a good time. And then he's like, fuck you. Absolutely fucking not. And then, Grim used to make me do wisdom checks. Oh, and Compton calls him Trevor because that's his sister's husband's name, because his real fucking name Compton can't say. It's just some fucking weird ass name. And he's just like, you're fucking Trevor now. Don't do that to your friends. Learn how to say their names. So Grim used to have a wisdom counter for me. And if it got to a certain spot, Trevor took over. And like, depending on the types of actions I was using, especially if they were feats associated to being a fallen Asmar, that ticker would fucking click. And then there was I don't remember what it was, but something pushed it over the edge and Trevor came out.
It was
And there was a
something
whole
really stupid.
Oh yeah, it was so dumb. And Trevor came out and what?
I remember exactly what it was. You used your Asmar healing powers to heal Stoat. And that pushed your ticker tick all the way up. Yeah.
Okay, so it was worth it, but still.
Yeah. So that kicked it, and then Trevor took over, and the rest of the group didn't know for like a while. And I was doing weird shit. I was eating bags of sugar, just fucking eating bags of sugar and like hitting on well, that's pretty Compton, but you know what I mean? Like more aggressively. And we still didn't even know Trevor's intent. And I don't think the group truly knows Trevor's intentions. We're learning a lot, even though Trevor's gone now, which is fucking a nightmare I don't want to fucking deal with when we come back. But yeah, and I think conceptually when we were first fleshing out the idea, I really just wanted multiple personalities. I just thought that would be fun, because I like a really fucking broken character that doesn't present broken. Like, and I did this previously with Cascade, the character that we met in the campaign. We met Splendor in. I like a character that from the outside looks fucking great or happy or whatever, and then inside everything is just a fucking rotting pit, because it's fun. I don't know. It's delightful, and that
I feel like it's relatable, to be honest.
Right,
it's a very human experience.
Yeah, and that's always the goal. Is I want my character to feel like a normal fucking dude who's in the middle of something that's going on. And so I was like, I want multiple personalities, and how do I manifest this? Well, we live in a world of magic. Let's just have two people in your brain. And that was it. And it just kind of like, it took off, because now it's tied to this whole fucking story arc. And I have no idea if that was just happenstance because I picked a thing, or if Grim was like, oh, this is really cool, let's build it in. But now we're dealing with creatures that have multiple souls in their bodies, and there's all this stuff going on. And that's 100% tied to my backstory, which is really cool.
Sounds like it's a world mechanic. Grim.
What?
Amazing. Oh my gosh. I don't even know how we got there, but Trevor, okay, good to know. I love it.
He's your Lady P.
Yeah, I can relate a little bit, I think. That's fantastic. Yeah. Okay. So I meant to, when we landed here, unless any of you have any questions for anybody at the table right now, or if Chad has questions, I am going to shift to a different kind of vibe of questions. And we kind of did touch it on this at the beginning, but what got you guys into D&D? Like, what is it that really does take you to this table and then ultimately keeps you here? I want to hear it from the heart, guys.
I used to think everybody who played D&D was fucking nerds. And I mean that. I don't say that as a fucking bit. I mean that so deeply and truly. I was the guy who used to talk so much shit about D&D kids because I didn't understand it. And I'm not going to pretend that that's not true. I didn't fucking understand it. I had friends that played it. And to be honest, I think that it's because the way it was presented to me was from a specific interest, and so it didn't align with my interests, and I was like, that's really fucking dumb, because my friends that played it were very much the numbers on the page were everything. The numbers matter. The numbers are everything. The numbers are everything. And when I was watching them play and it was just a bunch of erasing and writing and erasing and writing, I was like, that's boring, and I hated it. But they were playing that like traditional dungeon crawl experience where it wasn't so much about going and telling a story. It was like, hey, you're in a dungeon. What's the next room? What's the next room? What's the next room?
It was probably a previous edition, right? So like,
yeah, I think it was like
editions were a lot more rigid in the numbers.
Yeah, and whatever it was, I was like, I don't like this. It didn't fucking hit for me. It just felt like a lot of time rolling dice to not feel it, you know? And then I fucked up and I started watching D&D. And I don't even think Critical Role was my first one. It might have been. Critical Role was the first time I sat down and realized that you could go an entire session and not roll dice. And I was like, oh, that's kind of fucking cool. That guy, the guy who's in charge of the game, doesn't say fuck all unless he needs to, but they're just doing a thing and it's all working and he's just taking little notes and stuff and like it's all manifesting forward. And I was like, I fuck with this hard. And I fucked with it so hard that I was like, I just went to my friends and I was like, I'm gonna run a game. Do you want to play this? This is fucking play D&D. And I jumped straight into DMing because I wanted to do that. I wanted to sit at the table and just tell a story with people. And so I would say that Critical Role or other games, because there's so many games I've watched at this point, mostly listened to, I guess. That's what got me into it, because I realized that it can be dice and it can be rolling and it can be munchkinning a dungeon and shit like that. But it also can be making shit up on the spot. Improv, if you know what that might be, making that up on the spot and then having other people pick it up and fucking run with it, and then you run with it, and then you run with it, and then somebody dies. You know, and it was cool. Yeah.
When I was in high school, I had a couple buddies of mine that we would write just like one person that was just like the one-line stories where you like pass it around, whatever, and we had made our own characters and whatnot. And back when MSN was a thing, making myself more of a fucking dinosaur, we would do like on MSN chat, like role playing that way. So just like the one-line stories that way. So it was just a lot of like kind of, you know, story writing, character building. And then when I met a couple of other friends previous to this lovely group here, they were like, yeah, we run D&D. And I'm like, well, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, y'all are going to have to really like guide my ass because I'm a bit of an idiot and I don't like catch on like immediately. And they're like, okay, well, that's fine. So we did one shots and like fucked around and it was a lot of fun. And then when I guess that in this campaign, I was kind of like nervous at first because I was like, holy shit, like this is really cool and all, but like I'm cool with the role playing part of it, but the numbers and like the combat and everything, I was kind of nervous about it. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, like I don't want to be a hindrance to the other people in the party. I don't want to be like that person who takes like fucking forever to figure it out. But luckily, Grimm's, god damn it, dog. Grimm's an awesome DM. And if I ever have any questions or any concerns, or if I'm confused about something, he's really good at like explaining it to me. Or if I need to clarify something, all these guys are really good with clarifying stuff. But that's how I got into it.
Aww. Is there anything in particular that you just really that drew you to even just like those one-line stories? Like what was it in you, Paige, that just like you're like, I gotta tell the story?
I don't really know. My first ever like original character that I made was a half vampire named Aya, and she has this really fucked up backstory that I'm not gonna get into because it's long as fuck and we'll be here forever. But it was just like wanting to kind of make something unique to me. Stop it, Dexter. Something that was unique to me, and then the friends that I was hanging out with at the time, like they made their own characters, and then we all just intertwined our stories and got into that like one-liner story with everyone in the group.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just more so just wanting to be creative and just kind of like mess around and feel out a character.
Yeah, I love that, wanting to make something unique to me. I think
Yeah.
that's really cool. That's just like, I love it. Yeah. All right. Awkward silence. Someone else fill it.
Fill the air.
Go. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm like, we're gonna push the story.
Mine is so I started playing tabletop RPGs when I started dating my ex. So I was about 20 at the time. So last year. And I
I liked it. I loved it. I'm here for it.
Okay,
yeah, no, it was like 2013. I started it. I was in college. I had transferred schools, so I transferred schools, made really good friends, and then they transferred away. So like I didn't really have like a friend group at college that I was hanging out with, but I was like away. And so I started dating this guy, and he lived, or like his hometown was like about an hour away. And his friends were like lifelong D&Ders. Like his best friend's grandfather played D&D and started him out when he was like 8 years old and had been playing forever. So I think that the first TTRPG I played was a one shot of, I want to say it was Rogue Trader. And so I did that for like the one session. And I was like, I don't fucking know what I'm doing. Like I've never played anything like this before. Like I didn't play video games growing up. I was very much just a book and theater nerd. So like I read a lot.
That's a recipe for D&D.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So like I just didn't know this existed. I didn't know that like RPGs were a thing. So we started with Rogue Trader, and then after that went okay. They were like, "Do you want to join our D&D group?" And I was like, "Sure," because I just wanted to hang out with my boyfriend more. And so like I was like, "Whatever." And so I started playing with this group that I ended up playing with for like 3 or 4 years. That was we would get together every Sunday and play for 8 hours every Sunday. And so I did that for like 3 or 4 years. Then we moved away and I couldn't pay attention because we were like zooming in basically to the game. So everybody else was in person, but we were virtual and I couldn't pay attention to what was happening at the table. So I stopped for a while. That whole relationship situation fell apart. I moved back here and started getting in with like the tabletop gaming community here in Vermont, and ended up picking up another game, started to run a game at the library. so then eventually I was in like 5 campaigns at one point, and so it's been on and off for the past 10-11 years.
Sounds pretty on to me.
Yeah.
That's not off. There's no off there.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. 8-hour sessions? Are you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Every Sunday.
Every Sunday.
Yeah.
That's the Lord's Day.
How?
I don't know. And the thing is too, like looking back, I had a pretty bad experience at that table. Like I enjoyed the story, but I was like it was very much a rules heavy RP light table. And so like I wasn't super enjoying myself. I was enjoying following the plot, but we were all kind of there as pawns in the DM's story that he was telling, you know? So like yeah, like I was the longest running character. The game was very intense, so we would have one character die probably at least every session, and it was a drop in drop out kind of campaign where we would have up to like 12 players at the table, which is far too many. And there would just be like new characters all the time. It was a adventurers guild kind of model where you'd have, but there was an overarching plot, which I enjoyed. It being like so into sci-fi and fantasy and stuff. I was like there for the ride, but I feel like I didn't do anything outside of combat.
Yeah, I get it. You like watch 24 episodes of CSI just to figure out what happens to Grissom, and like you have to watch like 24 people die. You're like, yeah, but I just want to know where's his story going. Yeah. No, that's you know what though? Like I think all that experience has led you obviously to a very wonderful group that like now
of course.
is works with your flavor. Yeah, it's lovely. Okay. Future or Splendor?
Yeah, I'll go. I honestly, like, people kind of shit on Critical Role. I watched Critical Role. That was my introduction. Also, I actually used to live in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, which, if you know where that is, that's where Gary Gygax lived, who is the inventor of D&D. So yeah, so I heard about D&D my entire life pretty much, but yeah, the whole Critical Role thing, and then watching them for a while, and then I had a D&D Beyond character made for like a year or two before I actually got to like even use one. I still haven't used that character. That character's still in the back burner, but
you have to for one of our one shots or something.
I would love to. I would absolutely love to. But go ahead.
No, so you made it. Okay, so you watched Critical Role, and then you were inspired to go on D&D Beyond and just build a character just to see how it would feel.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that's so wonderful.
And I'm very original and made a half-elf ranger.
No, that's perfect. You're doing it, and you just did it all on your own. You're just like, I want to do this for me. I'm going to do it.
But yeah. So I've wanted to use that character for a while, and then I started doing Twitch, and then I met people through people, and then I met this wonderful lad named Verbal Hero, and he introduced me to everyone else, and here we are. And I feel like I've made lifelong friends at this table, and I mean that. I mean that wholeheartedly.
Oh, I know. I said we should like talk about her feelings, but that was good. Okay. Cool.
That's Splendor.
Yeah. You're up, Splendor.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. It's been a really weird and long road for me to get here. So way back in the day, a long time ago, I can't even give to you a year because I can't approximate it. There was this very popular, quote unquote, very popular game online called Habbo Hotel, and the conceit of the game is that it's effectively just like Facebook, but you have a bunch of little avatars. It's a social networking video game. But there's a subset was a subset. I can't imagine this game's still around. There was a subset of people who would build these wonderful rooms, because it's a room decorator, of course, where you would they would have themed role plays. So I decided this sounds fun. I just want to build a room. So I built the Moonhaven Valley MRP catacombs. Effectively, it was a room tied to a dozen different other rooms. And I was like, I'm just gonna leave this here, let people use it. I don't give a shit about RP. They can have fun. And then because the owner of the room has to be in there to let people in, because you can't just fucking let anybody walk in. They're gonna ruin the ambiance, right? So I would just sit there, kind of like have YouTube on the other tab, and just like check people's profiles, make sure they were, up to snuff, and let them in. And I started watching, it's like, these people seem to be having fun. So then I got into that, and that was the whole thing. But one day, one of my MRP friends was like, hey, I'm going to show you something to change your fucking life. And they showed me the Adventure Zone.
Yes. Sorry. I love it.
and then from
Changed my
there,
life too, Splendor. Changed my life too.
I listened to all of the first campaign of the Adventure Zone, and then I immediately went out and bought all of the D&D books and just read them, because I didn't have friends to play D&D with. And then I found out, you can find people online to play D&D with. So I started trolling LFG, and through, I want to say, like a good year and a half of subjecting myself to that experience, I found the game to where I met Verbal and Grim.
Oh,
Fucking wrong. I had to click the wrong tab. There's spaces somewhere in the world. When we met Splendor, God, did I feel fucking unprepared to play games with Splendor, because ask Splendor how many games he's been in or how many games he's played simultaneously, and the number starts becoming problematic for you if you've never played before, because you're just like, how do I do this now? Like, even Grim is nodding.
Yeah, I DM'd games before I met Splendor, and I felt dumb on D&D when I met this man. I was like, man, why do I DM? Like, I don't. Okay, cool, yeah.
Because not only does he do his research. Sorry, not only does he do his research, he remembers his shit.
Right. That's kind of what I was gonna say. Is part of it is actually reading the books and internalizing them, like back to front. Like all of my D&D experience, and the reason why I feel halfway competent as a DM is like because I have a lot of actual play experience, but I have not read most of the books, You know
how people talk about rules lawyers? The Splendor's not a rule lawyer. He is a rule repertoire.
Mhm.
Whenever I'm just like, hey, 1 second, Splendor, and he'll be
Encyclopedia.
like, hey, Grim, this is the way. I was like, hey, you know what? Thank you. I don't have to go look it up now. You got this. I appreciate you. I trust you completely. Let's move on. And it's great. It's great as me, because I get to focus on the other stuff. And I always know that in the back pocket, Splendor's there watching me and going, when he fucks up, I'm going to make sure he knows that he's wrong, but in the nicest way possible.
It is fantastic. Sorry, I have a cat.
It's always the quote, "Hey, Grim."
Hey, Grim, I have a question.
No, you're the, hey, Grim, I did something bad. Can I retcon that? No.
Yeah.
I think when we met Splendor, I think you were in 8 fucking games, dude.
Yeah.
8 games?
That one time.
The time that I had joined their game, there was a single day that I was not playing D&D, and there were 2 days where I had 2 games.
How do you do that?
It's so easy because it's just Discord.
Yeah,
I guess.
I mean, the real life hack to playing a lot of campaigns is to get a job where they pay you to play 2 campaigns of D&D on one day of the week.
Not all of us can go to librarian school.
This bitch
I felt like
her baby can read.
I felt like I had just put in the ultimate life hack when I started to do library D&D.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, did I win? I think I won.
I think I won.
Is it?
Yeah, it was. I mean it. When Splinter showed up and we were like, oh, this guy's pretty good at D&D, and I'm such an invasive individual. I just message people immediately instead of letting them live their own private lives. And I reached out to Splinter. I was like, oh yeah, what's up? And he was like, oh cool. And then we started talking. It's like, oh, 8 fucking games. And I immediately, because I'm already self-conscious as is when I play these fucking characters, and I was like, I don't know how to behave anymore. I think I went straight to Grim and was like, what do I do with this? I can't handle this fucking information. It's overwhelming. And like, I don't know, like you don't need to play all those games, obviously, right? Oh shit, what happened? Everything
You're good.
Ghost has disappeared. Oh no, M's leaving. Oh, there.
It was me.
Oh, okay. Everything's fine.
Yeah. everything grabbed
But
the
yeah,
bed there
and
for a
I just
second.
remember
Everyone's disappearing.
I just freaked out. And I mean, obviously now it's totally fine and whatever, but Jesus, it was
Harrowing.
It is important, and it speaks to like how we can have newer players like Ghost and Paige come in and be like, well, it doesn't matter how quote unquote good you are at D&D. Like, you don't have to be good if you're in a group that you vibe with the play style for. Like, you can have no experience and go in and have the best time because you found the right players and DM for how you want to play D&D. And you can have the worst time as a extremely experienced player going in because you found the wrong people.
And I sorry, Rob, just real quick. I do want to say again, shut the fuck up. I do want to say again, like, I think Paige, you can also agree to this, but like, my cat now. We have found a very accommodating group, a very patient group for new learners, and get you a good table. Get you a good table, man.
Get you a good table. When you find that good table, you keep that good table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that 100%.
Grim, it looks like you're gonna say something.
Fucking dog.
What's going on?
Well,
your
no,
dog,
all I was
my
gonna say
cat, we're all
is
dead.
it may seem like, and I can understand how it could be a gimmick, what I say after every D&D stream, but it's not. It's genuinely not. What I'm trying to say after every D&D stream is the problem that I somewhat have with D&D now. It's beginner friendly, everything like that, but a lot of people who have been in the D&D for such long, there are those people who don't want to take that time to teach someone new. They want the game to just be go. Everybody should always understand what's going on and everything like that. And that's why I say, hey, you don't have to worry about the books. You don't have to worry about all this other stuff, because the problem is that don't ever sit and say to someone, hey, you need to do better than playing this game, because you don't. The fact of the matter is, everybody should be sitting there because people who show up to a table, they want to try it. If you make their first experience a great experience, they'll want to keep trying it. And sooner or later, they may find out and say, hey, I don't like this. And that's perfectly fine, because it's just not their thing. And that's perfectly good. They don't mess with the group, whatever thing. But don't tell them how to play. Teach them ways you can play.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And that's, I that's why I like to run my tables. And like when it goes join with Paige join, I never wanted to be hey, you're messing up, you need to do better, anything like that. It was just like, hey, how are you doing on the enjoyment side of this thing? You're gonna make mistakes, everything that's gonna happen. You'll learn your characters and the rules and everything like that as we go along. But I want to make sure you're having fun, and if you're not having fun, what's causing you issues, type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to just be inclusive the best you can. And everybody's learning, everybody does something. Guess what? People who know how to ride a bike. First, you didn't know how to ride a bike, but if someone just took your bike from you and showed you how to ride it, you wouldn't be having fun. That's the best way I can look at it. Yeah, exactly.
You gotta let them fail. Yeah. Okay, so just to touch on this, because it's not an official question, but it's out there in terms of it's a lot harder than it sounds to find a great table. And then the second thing from Rainbow, it is be the person who fucking does it. And I say that as the guy who fucking does it, right? Because a lot of people, I think, go to a table and they have a really good time, and then if they're not approached or whatever, they might not reach out to anybody else. And it's like, well, I only sit down and talk to you once a week, and it's when the game is happening. And I stand by this so firmly. I believe that one of the reasons our table feels so good is because we talk to each other outside of the fucking game, like a lot,
Oh,
like
yeah,
a lot.
I harass Rob outside of the game in DMs all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, and like I meant it when I said this. Like when Grim was cool, I immediately was like, hey, I don't know what the fuck you're doing with the rest of your life, but I'm included. And then when Splendor was cool, I said the same thing to Splendor. And then like ask him, didn't I say, yeah, you're part of where you're always gonna play games with me?
Yeah.
Like when you find people that you have good chemistry with, and you find people that role play well and that you can riff off of and do stuff, make it your effort to maintain that. Right? Because if you're always expecting the other side of the table to do it, they probably won't, because they're expecting you to do it too. Right? And you can't ever control someone else reaching out to you, but you can control reaching out to someone else. And like sometimes it won't work out. Sometimes people will say, I'm not into that and whatever, and that's fine. But Wayne Gretzky or something, you know what I mean? They take the shot and maybe it lands, just own that and say, this is what I want. I'm going to put in the effort. I'm going to try. And I think you'll be more successful in that, find one person. You just need one, and then take that person into two. Right. And then just like, let it build as you go. And talking about the new players, because Grim, some of the best players, arguably, that we've played with were brand new players that certain DMs, remember, were like, I don't want to include this person because they're new. And we were like, that's stupid. Everybody was new. We can we're not fix, but we can provide the solutions to any of the problems that might arise from a new player live in the table, and they can learn and we can learn, and they might be great. And people have turned out to be phenomenal players knowing nothing. So it's just like, always take the chance on a new person. I think what's the worst that can happen? They're not great. Okay, then they leave. It's whatever.
Yeah.
You can't find that table, be that table, and then build that table.
Yeah. Yeah. That's actually that's really great to say. Yeah, that's a wonderful way. Guys, I recently adopted another one. I found her. I grabbed her, and I'm like, you're going to come play D&D with me right now. And I'm like, you want to join a cult? And she was like, okay. And I was like, you're in. It's called Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's what we did with the lease. We did that with the lease. I was like, you seem like you're into some weird shit. Come play games.
Yeah. But what I see and what I heard from all of you, and Grim, I am not letting you off the hook. You technically didn't answer this yet, so we're going to come back around to you. But what I hear from all of your players is that all of you guys, there's a connecting thread where you were looking for the story. None of you were like, I'm here to roll dice and fuck shit up. Every single one of you talked about how important the story was, how important the character was. And you're like, and because of that, it's just very clear how you all found each other. You're here to tell a story together. You're here to role play and discover something amazing. And then that comes to Grim, which is, hey, Grim, also Splendor, I do have to ask you when you want to become a GM, because that's clearly an interesting prospect of your future, I'm sure. But Grim, how did you end up exactly where you are? How did this come to be?
Mine is just so I'm gonna say it's such a nerdy way I became a DM. I used to play World of Warcraft a lot because I am in the middle of nowhere, right? So we don't have game stores, we don't have anything like that. We have a library which I wish had more books. And there wasn't any of the nerd culture that there was. No, Egg. I am in fact Canadian. I'm the most Canadian.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I'm also Canadian.
Yeah. So, as everybody knows, when you do an MMO, sooner or later you run out of content. Well, I really, for some reason, resonated with NPCs. I thought they were interesting. I loved the stories that every NPC had. So, I used to literally just log in as a level 1 and be an NPC for other players. and I had more gold than what I knew to do with, so I would make up storylines and quests and be like, adventurer, please, I need your help. Please gather around 15 wolf pelts so I can make my daughter her new wedding dress.
Are you
please.
serious, Grim?
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
my
fucking
God.
amazing.
Amazing
Yeah,
to
and then,
encounter. God,
and then
how
I'd
you
be in
not
Stormwind.
beloved?
A wolf pelt dress.
Yeah. So I would be in the Stormwind and be like, please, when you find all the pelts, meet me in Goldshire, where my daughter's getting married in 3 days' time. So, they'd do it. I'd give them money and so on and so forth. And then I started sending people on like more epic quests as the time went on. And then I found out we had a board game shop opening, and I bought 4E Curse of Strahd, the board game, and I played that by myself. But I like the minis and I like the boards and all this stuff. And I like the cards, the monster manuals. And then I was like, hey, this is cool. It was like, I wonder if people play. And it was literally like, I wonder if people play this. So I searched up D&D online. And then I found Critical Role and I watched that. And then I went online and I read it, LFG. And many years later and a couple campaigns afterwards. And here I am. But it all started as a little dwarf man who wore blue pants and a white shirt and would walk around Stormwind asking anybody who wanted to make some extra money to go on a quest, the adventure. Yeah.
The wolf pelts.
That's fucking amazing.
Oh, I had so many quests. Yeah.
I just keep thinking about how big that dress is with 15 wolf pelts.
Right?
Your daughter was huge.
Oh, she got a train. She got a train a mile long.
It's like Mr. Krabs and the whale daughter. It's exactly
Oh my God, Milk Pearl.
But it's also like a full wolf pelt where the wolves are like wolf caterpillaring each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're, like overlaying
Yeah.
each other.
Yeah.
To quote on Eco, this was before Goldshire became like a sex inn. So like this was back when WoW wasn't just completely filled with degenerates all the time. So that was an okay place to hold a wedding before everybody just had sex upstairs.
Here's a fun fact. My grandpa plays World of Warcraft, and that's
Grandpa's
to this
cool.
day. Yeah.
What's he think
since
about
it
the
came
War
out
Within?
To this day. What?
What's he think about the War Within?
Good.
I have no idea. I don't know anything about it, but I've never talked to him about it. I just know he's an avid World of Warcraftian.
It's adorable. Honestly, that I did not know that origin story was coming, Grim, and that was like the cutest thing ever.
That's so fucking dope, though.
I think you would have made World of Warcraft cool if I played it. Like if I encountered you in a town as a World of Warcraft player, I think I might have kept playing. So
Depending on the quest I had that day, I would just copy and paste it, walking around, just doing the walk, not even running, just walking around Stormwind, posting.
I don't know. I feel like
higher.
as like every MMORPG I've ever played has been like, I'm gonna just pretend that the other players don't fucking exist and that this is a single player game. And so so aside from like ones I've played with actual friends, so I feel like if a player was doing that, I'd be like, nope, I'm leaving. Next
You're a
fucking
weirdo.
city.
Yeah.
No,
It's perfectly fine. I accepted that, but I was what I found fun.
I would have taken you on a quest. I would have convinced you to
Mhm.
come with me and then escorted you on a mission, like kept you safe. Like it would have been a whole thing. You know what? We might have been friends. But okay. That's what you guys do to your NPCs. That makes perfect sense. This is you found you found each other.
You know what, Grim? This is that karma thing. What you do to your parents, you get back. It's that. It's that.
Oh, that's adorable. That's fantastic. Okay, cool. Boy. Okay, we got 5 minutes left. Guys, don't forget there is a giveaway happening, right? There's a giveaway happening. I want to do another shout out for it, just so you know. Guys.
Yeah, you don't need the books, but if you want them.
If you want them, enter. If you like
Hello,
Critical
Whiskey
Role.
Jack. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Nice.
We do have a quick question that looks like that could be
Oh,
pretty quick
yes.
from Jamie.
I did say I'd get to it, and I immediately forgot. I'm sorry, Jamie. Like typed that. I was like, I got you. Yeah. Question from Chad, actually, from Rainbow Ace first. Is Splendy a min-maxer?
A little bit.
Distinctly am not.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know
I've
how.
said this so many times. I hold myself back for these games because playing A mechanically good character is not fun.
No, absolutely.
Egg McGriddle,
Flaws
thank
are
you for the
best.
follow. But
Yes.
I will say, Splendor, it's hilarious that you say that. You are a min-maxer in the way that you make your character quote unquote useful while avoiding being good at the thing that your character is supposed to be good at.
Yeah.
You min-max in the fact that you don't min-max. You're like, I know how to avoid this. So you
I'm going to be so good at being wrong.
Mhm.
I min-max for
Exactly.
bits.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You
Yes.
made an artificer who was a master of lucks.
He
A
was so good.
luck-picking
He was
master.
so
You had an
good.
artificer that was a rogue. You
Yeah.
made a warlock that was a rogue.
Yeah.
Made a work that became a rogue. That was an accident.
I love it. I love it so
Oh.
much. I feel like that's just so you're got DM potential written all over you, Splendy.
Oh, he
Oh,
does.
we should
100%.
ask him about that. The answer's immediately. What is it, Splendor?
It's a resounding no. I took off my glasses so I couldn't tell you which one was my fucking V key for a second there. Yeah, no, that's a no.
Just won't do it.
I DM'd once. It was awful. I hated it. My players hated it. Never want to do it again.
You know what? That's fair. Actually, I kind of respect that in general. I mean, like, if you just are like resounding no, that was a terrible experience, you don't have to. Never mind. I'm off board. You're good.
The
You
fact
do
that
what
you
you
did
like.
it and you tried.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to try it with like a new group to see if it was the group problem. I would do that scientist brain thinking, got to test all the parameters before you understand the full picture. But I get it. Okay. When we come, or I guess we can get this one started here.
Mhm.
But Hooray, it's Jamie asks, how do your characters handle personal failure or setbacks? And what motivates them to keep going despite those challenges? Great question, Jamie, by the way. That's a really good question.
Fuck.
I
Mine's
think-
pretty easy. You go.
I was gonna say mine's also pretty easy, and I think Grim already answered it when he talked about like what does he use to get Reyna to do something that he wants. In that it's like, okay, I've received this setback. I have to fucking prove that I can actually do this, and I am better than this, and go for it.
Yeah, for Compton, I think, and again, this is like in writing the character. He just accepts it and he's like, yeah, okay, what the fuck? It happened. Anyways, what are we gonna do now? And he just kind of like does that thing where you just roll through it and it's like, fuck, well, man, and then just keep going. Dwelling on it never did anything. So he's just like, oh, I'll let the big bad lady go. That's fine. I'm sure that's okay. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna go over here. It's gonna be so. She's my
So
friend, Grimothy.
fucking dumb.
She is my friend.
I still
Not
say that
to
was
you.
so
That wasn't
fucking
to you.
dumb.
Oh, which one? I want to
Yeah.
know.
What happened there?
No. So they met this evil sorceress, this sorceress lady who was, she was a researcher into the undead, very high, very good necromancer.
She just wanted to learn.
And she just wanted to study, and then she just didn't care what's going to happen to the city of Korean because she already did her research and just wanted to leave. And she had a very nice conversation with the group. Compton said, hey, you can leave, without asking the question, the group, their opinion. And
Yep.
they all were ready to murder this lady. And she said,
Oh yeah.
okay, hey, so I'm just going to leave. And Compton goes, yeah, sure. And looks at everybody else and no one did anything. She's like, all right, bye. Because Compton was the one who put up this barrier that she couldn't teleport away. So she knew she just had to talk to these people because otherwise she was probably going to get murdered. But they were all just staring at her, real angry. And she just went up, okay, so I'm good. And walks away and says, hey, I'm going to be here for the next couple weeks. If you want to come and talk to me, sure. Otherwise, I'm gone to the wind. And everybody was so mad that just she walked away.
Hey guys, this is what a moment to point back to, make them regret letting you be the leader. Right?
Okay,
This
I
is a
was
great
on
opportunity when leadership is thrust upon you. Make sure they regret it a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
It bears saying that she didn't just leave. She fully taunted the ones that were mad as she left.
Yeah.
She fucking
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
But
I'm
she
going
likes
to
me, so it's
explode
okay.
her the next time we see her.
No, she was one hot and
It's
two
on
super
site.
smart.
Okay.
Hot.
I
and
kind of
super
like
smart.
her. By the sounds of it,
Exactly.
I kind of like
She was
her.
hot. She was hot, but also no.
But also, I mean,
Bitch.
bitch.
She wasn't a bitch. She was very kind to me.
She was a
Bitch.
bitch.
She was very
Double
mean to
bitch.
Roshan.
Triple bitch.
You guys were ready to murder her.
See how fucking strong she is away from her big bone pile.
Alrighty, everybody. It's that time
Damn.
again.
It's time.
All right. Hi. Hey. Hello, everybody. Gonna bring up the wheel. Let me just grab up that wheel to make sure it's up to date. It is up to date. Let's spin the wheel for the Critical Role giveaway. While this wheel spins, everybody, just so you know, ah,
Wow.
Gorgeous.
Quiet Eco. Hello.
Oh, Rainbow, that was so close.
Quiet Eco. I will message you after during whenever the stream.
Hell yeah.
Get your address, as you are the winner of these 2 books for if you're wanting to run campaign book within the Critical Role universe. Everybody, I got to change. So you all talk. I'm gonna set up the next giveaway. I gotta change the timer because otherwise it's gonna run too long. But you can all talk while I do that.
I
I'll
don't
go
know
next.
why my brain was like, oh, he's gonna say I've got to go change my wardrobe. Like
That's what I
have
thought
to get.
too.
I must get into costume for this next.
Yeah, you
giveaway.
just like Grim just like his spirit comes back and he's just like
I wish I was that cool, guys.
Speaking of costumes, did I not hear that at some point there was a Compton cosplay?
There was.
Yeah, I almost put it on tonight.
You
I
know,
was like
I
this
was
close
like,
to doing it.
I was like, I wonder what the odds are that Rob's gonna show up in that fucking wig.
no, exactly.
I was this close to showing up in it, and then I was just like, I'm gonna be the only
almost
motherfucker
messaged you
doing
about
this thing, and then it's just gonna be, oh, look at Rob drawing attention to himself. And I was like, I don't want to fucking do that, so I nixed it. I was like,
I thought it would have been a good celebration, and I was excited.
Once
You
I
sure?
got
So
a
now,
little ear
now the
I was
first
excited
session
for
back,
other
you have to do
people.
that now.
okay. I mean,
once-
for you
yeah.
guys,
I'll
yeah.
get the little elf ear prosthetics and go for Kyla.
Yeah,
Hey,
Sounds
being
like you're gonna
Compton
be
is
the
super
dandy man.
easy. It's hair and a poncho. Like I got to get an eye patch,
The poncho that you give Kyla the big fucking bulky ass armor.
dude. The poncho is fucking critical to the character.
Yeah.
Oh god.
The ponchos, it's a necessity, and the hat and the boots. The boots live forever. You
Well-
guys should answer the question.
What was that? But before I continue on, what was that nickname that Compton gave Kyla that I absolutely fucking hated?
Oh man,
Beefcake.
it was
You
beefcake.
can see
It was
searching for
beefcake.
stuff on your
Yeah.
wheel screen.
Yeah,
Grim.
You're looking for things.
We can see you looking for things. There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay,
That's
so
a nice. That's a nice boulder.
that is a nice boulder.
What was the question?
It was about the personal
Yes,
how
sorry.
they handle
Oh.
setbacks.
Yes.
Kyla kind of like does dwell for a little bit. I feel just like the first little bit, kind of just like fuck, like kind of like not very long, but like enough to kind of like give herself a hey, what the fuck were you doing kind of moment. But I think now that she's not by herself and she's with like a group of other people, it's more like, okay, well, instead of thinking that way, like it's kind of more like a situational thing. So like by herself, she's more like kind of like self-loathing. If she fucks up, she's like, what the fuck did you do? Why the hell? Blah, blah, blah. But like if it's with people, she's like, okay, the group seems to be hopeful that we can like step in the right direction. Like, and then starts thinking like, what can I do to be a part of that? What can I do to help move that forward? Like, is there anything? There are things I could have done differently, but maybe if a situation similar were to occur, what could I do differently next? Like, it's more of a situational thing with her. That's honestly how I am kind of in real life, depending on the situation. But yeah, it's kind of shifted as the stories progressed, I guess you could say.
I really like that a lot. Actually, that really makes me like her character like a super a lot, because I feel like that's incredibly relatable. Like, that's why your friends are your guiding light, right? Or like, sort of your moral compass at times, just to kind of help align you with like, okay, I'm overthinking this. That's great.
Yeah. It's like also thinking of like, if they're putting out well, I mean, in general, like I personally even if I'm like, you know, I'm looking at something, I'm like, well, what the fuck? And I'm like getting all pissed off about something. And somebody is telling me stuff and I'm like, no, like I'm trying to disregard it. I've started to get to a point where I'm like trying to be more open and thinking, I'm like, even if I don't agree with that perspective, it's a perspective that I might have not thought about before. And it is something to take into consideration because it might open new avenues of thought for me. And it's like, hey, well, maybe I didn't agree with this at first, but then kind of thinking about it and reconceptualizing it. And it's like, hey, well, maybe it has other avenues to explore, other ways to do things. So it's kind of, I've kind of tried to apply a little bit more of me to her. And I feel like, again, like I said, as the story has progressed, my thinking in itself has kind of progressed, I guess you could say, into a more kind of open-minded perspective, as to more like not as much like shutting shit down as I used to do. So that's a good thing.
That's awesome. So you're saying even just like you, Paige, you're like, oh, I kind of been open up and like socializing with like almost NPCs and learning their story is like, oh, you're like, wait a second, NPCs are like people. I can do this in real life. That's so, I love it.
Well, there's things that there's things that fucking Grimm's NPCs have said that like are all like randomly, like I'll hear them and I'm like, okay, I've heard this, whatever. And then at the random fucking moments they pop in the back of my head and I'm like, where the fuck did this come from? And I'm like, obviously it's there for some reason, right?
Yeah.
So like just kind of trying to like sort out the thoughts of like, oh, okay, well this you know might work well and apply to me in this situation with everybody. Who knows, right?
I love that. Oh yes. All right. Who says D&D's the devil's game? Look at this.
Where I live, they say it all the time.
Damn.
Last giveaway for the night, everybody. I was going to do something else, but the shipping cost was going to absolutely destroy me. So I have a giveaway. This is for everyone, not just U.S. citizens, not just Canadian citizens. This is for everyone out there. The last one is the Bean Dog and Owlcat RPG Masters Humble Bundle, game bundle for Steam. Includes amazing CRPGs that will give you that tabletop experience without having to get a group of people together, such as Rogue Trader 40K, the Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, Pathfinder Kingmaker, including all the season passes for both of those games, Neverwinter's Nights, the complete adventure set, as well as Baldur's Gate 2, Baldur's Gate Deluxe Edition, and Icewind Dale Advanced Edition, along with a couple other ones right there. So you'll get all that. I'll send you there. You'll get all the links and everything. And you can go in these games, I will say, have great storylines. So if you want to go on a tabletop RPG adventure and do it at your own pace, these are great ways to do that.
I don't know. Grim, like my mind is constantly blowing. You've been so insanely generous this entire time. Like these giveaways are no joke, guys. No joke. These are no joke. I just wow.
In or out a win.
Yep.
Yep. Exclamation mark giveaway. Is that what this one is?
And that is this one. Yep.
All right, get on in there, guys. Wow, Grim. Okay. I guess let's ask this question. Hey,
well, we've
Grim.
got Ghost and Splendor left.
Thank you. Jeez, look at my ADHD just getting the better of me. It's getting late, guys.
Trust me, I've been sitting here the whole time being like, don't forget Ghost and Splendor. Don't forget. That's
yeah,
all.
No, in my head too. Mine too.
Keep me on track, guys. This is why you're the MCs. This is good. All right, Ghost, Splendor, whoever wants to go first, you're on board. Let me just repeat the question, so in case people who just arrived don't know what it is. If your character has had a no, hold on, that's not the right one. Jamie, I was gonna read a different one about forming a band, but we'll get to that one. The question was, how do your characters handle personal failure or setbacks, and what motivates them to keep going despite those challenges?
Farron is very much kind of like what Paige was saying. Farron is very much kind of me in some aspects, not all of them, but some aspects. And when he is faced with a failure or a setback, he does kind of just he kind of just shuts down. And I think Compton is very much aware of that. I think he's seen it the most or noticed it the most. But he very much shuts down, and he like kind of gets mean. He's very human in that aspect, but he does quickly, or at least I try to quickly jump out of that, and he realizes that his friends are there to help and to talk to and be a shoulder when needed. And again, I feel like that with this entire table. It's very much like real life for Farron, for me. And I mean, yeah, he realizes that he's not alone, and that failure happens sometimes, but it doesn't. At the end of the day, there's going to be a tomorrow. Until there's not.
Way to turn that shit around, Ghost.
Some motherfuckers just don't wake up.
Right.
Exactly.
Unless they do, like Farron.
Exactly.
So-
Twice.
And then dies multiple times.
At least twice.
At least twice.
Yeah.
It's really a coin toss every time.
Yes. Truly.
Officially, you died once. Everybody get no. Well, some people get one. New people get one. Veterans, no.
I got one.
You got one with a huge price tag attached to that. But that boy.
I'd like to claim mine that I never used.
Oh,
In the event.
cash it in now.
For
I do want to say, like, that just reminded me that I think that my first character. Oh no, that was the second campaign that I did. Never mind. In the second campaign I did, the first character that I made died the first night I went to D&D.
Shit.
That's a delight.
Yeah.
All right, Splendor.
so Roshan, the simplest way to answer it is that for failures and setbacks, he really just doesn't deal with them. He's very much the kind of guy that will just kind of like swallow it and carry on, because he's like, it's not that he's not used to having a support structure. It's more that he's used to the support structure he does have, either being incredibly unreliable in the case of his father, or already very busy in the case of his mother. So he just got used to sorting out his problems himself, or not at all. So he just keeps going. And the thing that makes him carry on through those things is the fact that, like, you gotta, at a certain point, like, yeah, he could just cast himself into the sea, but it's a really shitty ending for a guy like him. Just gotta keep going sometimes. That's what it is. He's still really, really sad about, and I can't remember his name now. That sucks. But that halfling that got fully...
Headman. Yeah, the guy in our back.
The guy that's head
You know,
soup.
for his brain. Yeah.
Head soup.
It's fucked up, because the instant you started making the joke, I was like, oh no, his name was Hilgrid. Because I felt Roshan getting mad about him being a joke.
Oh my god.
Because he really likes the guy.
Head soup.
That was one of the most unhinged fucking sessions, I swear to God.
Hilgrid, for the folks at home, Hilgrid is a man who we ran into in Caith, who was an incredibly shady individual, who we took to Farron school, and then quickly found out that he was a rat fuck who needed to die. But before that happened,
We spent a whole week planning for his death.
We did, but before that happened, he and Roshan had a moment that I will call wonderful, even though it really wasn't, where they shook hands, and because they were enrolled in the same school and they touched gemmed hands, they saw everything that has ever or will ever happen as they were thrown through time, and they saw each other die, and it was a whole terrible thing that fully drove Hilgrid mad. But Roshan felt like that was a moment of deep connection.
Well, if you see somebody's entire life until they died, that's kind of like you married him, you know.
Yeah, that's a bond.
So that's why
Yeah.
Roshan didn't want Reyna and Kyla to touch Jim hands.
Yeah, and then
Shit gets
Hildred
weird.
remember that now.
immediately died like the next session.
Oh fuck.
Yeah,
And Ogre killed him.
He scalped himself, he burned himself, and then he died.
I wasn't here for that, so I'm hearing all this and going, holy shit, I wish I was here for that.
Reyna
Hey,
wasn't
the
there
bot
for
is
that
up.
either.
Dude, I gotta go back and
The
watch
bot
the
is
fucking
up.
VOD,
That
man.
was not long before you, I believe.
Okay, I gotta go back and watch the fucking VODs.
Yeah, that
No.
would have been like 3 or
That-
4
yeah.
sessions before you, I want to say.
Yeah, because then
Hell
we
yeah.
teleported up to the northern school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
All right.
Or Yolinda or whatever.
He got his head ripped off, right?
Yep.
By,
We
Yeah.
took his head. We took it.
and then we took his head, yes. And then we made head soup.
Yeah, to melt off. Guys at home, it was to melt off the flesh so we could then talk to the skull later. It's fine.
Which you
And
have
then we never did
done.
it.
We never did it.
Still have
Yeah,
it.
but now we
So
have a
many
bag.
heads. So many heads in that bag.
Yeah, we've just got a bag. Like the bag
Isn't
of
there, like,
holding
2
is
heads in
becoming the
that
bag of
It's only
heading.
two.
It's only
I
2.
love it.
Which is like
It's weird that it happened more than once. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's okay. My kids at D&D only have dead bodies in their bag, so
Oh my god.
that's
You know what kids are holding up. That's
Oh.
my expectation is that they are murder
That's-
hobos, and so
Yeah.
that they have a
That's
bag of dead
D&D
bodies.
though.
That tracks.
oh absolutely. They're
It's
murder
D&D.
hobos and they're also like just absolute,
Oh.
thieves.
So good.
I have to
Why
talk
pay
about
for
a thing.
things
I have to
when-
talk about a thing. It's unrelated to this game, but Grim, I think was part of this game at this point. Do you remember? Do you remember when we jumped off the roof with the bag of holding upside down and swallowed a guard? Okay, so
Yeah.
we so we were playing a game, and this was in the campaigns that I met Grim in. And there was this guard around this building that we had to take care of. And we had like this wild magic sorcerer who's blowing shit up, and that shit was going all bad. And then we had this guy named Josh, and fucking shout out to Josh. He was playing a Warforged artificer, maybe?
Artificer. Yeah.
Yeah. But what did he name himself? Was it Mangala? It was Mangala.
Yeah.
And the dude was totally fucking unhinged. It was great. And we had this guard we had to take care of. And we were like, well, how do you quickly get rid of a guard quietly? And I was like, oh, okay, give me the bag. And so we got up on the roof and we jumped off the roof and just fucking cat in a hatted, put
That's
the
what
bag
my
over his
fucking
head.
kids did with their
Yeah.
guard. That's
Oh,
how they got
yeah.
their first
So
body.
good.
Yeah.
I love
And then
it
the
so much.
Warforged goes, well, we got to get rid of this body. It's going to stink up the bag. And he goes, I've got it solved. Don't worry about it. And so everybody goes to sleep. And he just walks out into the fucking bay. Just walks out into the bay, opens the bag, and takes the guy out underwater. And just lets him fucking die.
No, they just left him. They left him in there.
Dude,
It was
holy
rough.
shit.
It was rough. It was so cool. Guys, you could do so much with the bag of holding. Just remember, don't put another dimension in it, though. You'll blow up a little room. It's really bad.
All right, I got a couple
Fucking
rapid fire
amazing.
questions here.
Oh, shit.
Question number 1: if your characters had to form a band, what instruments would each of you play, and what would the
Oh.
band name be?
Yes, I
Oh,
saw that one. I
shit.
saw that one. I wrote down my band name so I didn't forget it. So
Record.
Wait, do we have to
Rena's-
do this together?
I don't know.
You know
Oh,
what?
we
Spitball
have
it,
to-
spitball it.
M's gonna make the band name. You got it. Everybody pick
Yeah,
your
yeah.
instrument.
Well, Raina's
Farron-
band name
Farron-
would
ahead.
obviously be the Flesh People, right?
Yes.
And then-
This is,
Regular flesh people.
this
Yeah,
is
they're
fucked up because my immediate thought was it's Compton and the regular flesh people.
That's so good.
Okay,
All right.
instruments. Who's
Um,
doing what?
Recorder.
Recorder?
Fuck
okay.
off.
Raina would obviously
Recorder.
play some sort of like bowed string instrument.
Fucking Farron is Yoko in the group. Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, so string
She would just
instrument.
be
You're
coughing.
bass. You're a stand-up bass, right?
Yeah,
Come on.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's
Part
our
of the band.
drummer?
Compton.
Rashawn.
You are. You set the tempo. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, I know,
That's
man.
obvious.
I
Okay.
see Compton as the vocalist.
I do too, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he does it as both.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
like,
you
I'm like
like
the
the
dude from
mic
Sum
like set up
41.
with the drum set?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm like the
Yeah.
dude from Sum 41.
Yeah.
I'll sing and play drums.
Yeah.
That's cool. I could do that. That feels like a lot of work. I don't want to do all that.
Did I hear Splendor with a recorder? We got Raina
that-
with
That's
a
no,
Ghost with the
bass.
recorder.
Ghost with the recorder.
Oh, it's Ghost with the recorder. Sorry.
Yeah.
Or a trumpet.
Oh my.
Oh, we
Farron
could
with
be
the
a ska
drum.
band?
Kazoo.
Yes.
It can't be
Or
a ska band.
or a kazoo. some kind of wind or brass.
Just out there with a fucking cowbell and a triangle.
I was about to say Kylo would do a triangle.
Yes, good, excellent. You know what? You guys are building
This is
something
gonna
here.
be
I
a
can
good
feel it. I can
experience.
feel it.
Oh no.
What's Rashawn bringing?
Yeah.
Rashad is rhythm guitar, easy.
Hey.
That rounds it out. Well done.
Up front, but not like the guy.
Not the guy, but the backup guy.
I need somebody to do those backing vocals where they just come in a little bit and they go, hey,
Oh yeah.
hey.
I'll do it. Fuck it.
Grim's gonna do backing vocals.
Yeah, no, Grim will do it. Yes,
I see Grim
Oh,
doing that
God.
little fucking shaky thing
this
with the
scenario.
salmon.
with the egg, like the egg. shape.
Not the maracas. What is it?
It's literally an egg shaker.
Yeah, it's an
It
egg
is the-
shaker.
okay,
like,
the egg shaker,
yeah. Oh my god.
Or the tambourine.
I
He
love-
looks out at the
love-
crowd, he just
That's
claps.
Okay.
I'm the hype man in the crowd going, hey.
He's not even on stage. He's just in the crowd, just hand up.
No,
I'm
he's just,
not-
he's just shaking it around with the rest of his
Yeah.
fucking body.
Yeah. I show up to every gig, but I'm not actually a part of the band and or involved in any way possible.
That's so good.
Their number
The
one
ultimate
fan,
groupie. Yeah.
which is exactly
Yeah.
what a GM is. That is exactly what a GM
Oh my
is. So that
God.
tracks.
You got it.
Our hype man.
Yeah,
That's
your
so
hype man
fucking
and your number one
funny.
fan is your GM. Absolutely. Speaking of which, rapid fire question for Grim. If the party members were to battle it out, who do you think would win?
Oh fuck.
Currently, as they are, I think Reyna.
Reina's pretty
Uh,
fucking yeah.
Yeah. Because she has
Reyna has
both- the fact of the
permaflight.
matter-
Right.
She
yeah.
has flight. Yeah, she has permaflight. She has her pretty powerful beast at the moment. She has a lot of things that she could make it so you guys lose all of your bonus and reaction actions
I
And
can
can
turn
move
invisible
quickly.
now.
and can turn. Yeah, so there's a lot
Well,
of
fuck
utility
you too
with,
then.
with damage output. After that, probably Farron if he builds out correctly.
Ooh.
Then if Kyla goes balls to the wall with a lot of her high end abilities, probably Kyla, and then I think a tie between Compton and Roshan.
I'm at the bottom. I'm a fucking glass cannon. I go down so fucking quick. Doors have
That's-
put me in the fucking ground, guys. Have
Yeah.
you seen me fight? It's always behind shit every
That's
time.
why
you're
I
behind,
didn't
like, a
have you
giant
high
pillar.
up, because if Reyna literally just turned and unloaded a round on you, you'd be done. Like she just if used everything to go, you'd be dead. So that's why
But I
sadly
would.
you're near the bottom.
Compton has
Kitchen,
glass
there.
bones and paper skin.
Damn.
For real though.
truth,
No, for
though.
real. I mean, but then again, I can melt a room, which is nice. It's nice to be
Also
able to
that,
melt a
yeah.
room,
Y'all
but
and your
behind
fucking
all of your
fireballs.
friends. Just
I
put the
cast
friends in front
fireball.
of you.
Uh,
I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball.
right?
I saw Dirty ask the question too, I think.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he
Another
did.
rapid fire for all of you. If each of your characters could steal an item to use from another character, what's it going to be?
Oh shit.
No stipulations. Any kind of object of
Anything.
theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything?
I would want Compton's book and quill.
That's a good one.
What does it do?
Well, because Compton is a this is how good I am at D&D, guys. He's a scribe. He's a scribe
scribe.
wizard. And so my book and quill, it manifests magically. So like I can just keep it the physical copy tucked away safe and whatnot. And then I have this book that manifests. I can write it and whatever. The quill that manifests, I can write on anything with whatever color ink I want, and I can erase it, which is dope as fuck. I write on myself all the time. It's great. It's like notes. Which is really, really cool. And then also because of the level I'm at, it acts as like a familiar. So like you can send it off and it'll like look at stuff. It hears things. You can give it commands. It can communicate to you, which is tits. And then even better is you can cast your spells through it from its position. So you can effectively increase your range of spell casting by the distance it can travel away from you and just be super safe, because it's like, I don't see the target, but my fucking book does. And like, the sound doesn't come through the book, it comes through you. So it's like they can't hear me. I'm way the fuck over here. And you can just nuke rooms, which is very cool. It's very nice. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I
It
just
has a
want
name and a voice also. Yeah.
It has a voice? You said it's a talking book?
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a couple of occasions where Compton and it has talked to each other, and it also has its own unique voice. I remember I said I wanted a character with multiple personalities. I've really built that out.
Shit, I have no idea.
This is a stupid one, but I'd steal Reina's magic armor because it'd be so nice to just always have clean clothes.
It is
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that one. I think the get fucked eye patch.
Yes.
You wouldn't have to steal it.
I know. Well, that's
I'd be like, all right.
That's the problem is like when I was thinking about it, I was like, I can't imagine a scenario in which any one of these guys, I'd be like, hey, can I use that? They would say like, no.
Mhm.
They would say like fuck off or
Yeah. So
I bet Rashawn wouldn't let you use his bottle.
yeah, probably not. That's true.
Like you can hold it. You aren't allowed. Like you can't use it. You have to
Yeah.
wish to be able to use it.
Yeah.
I think, like, for me, the hardest part about this is I wouldn't want to take anything from anybody.
Same.
And like I don't want to crush the question, but I just think like within character, it just doesn't align with anything that Compton would do.
So
and then what?
I think it would be easier because that's a hard question for us as characters, right? Because we can't imagine a scenario in which like the characters wouldn't lend it. You as a person,
Yeah, that's a good question.
As a player, if you could use one of the magic items that our characters have in real life, what would it be?
Dude, if Icicle Teeth was able to fucking manifest in real life, I'd take that motherfucker straight up.
Who's Icicle Teeth?
That's
Raina's familiar.
Raina's familiar.
Yeah.
Real life, like use in real life.
Yeah, I would definitely say your quill for sure.
Yeah, the quill would be a good one too. That's like
still not the same.
I would
answer.
sign
Or my
so
flying
many
boots.
contracts for fucking cars and shit, and I'd drive off the lot and I'd
Yeah.
erase that shit.
I think my flying
or-
boots too. That'd be good.
My amulet,
oh yeah.
What's your amulet do?
amulet of the Black Skull.
That's the
I can
name.
Teleport.
There we go.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Teleport from my couch to my fridge. Teleport from my fridge
Exactly.
back to my couch. Teleport. Yeah. to
Oh
work.
no, am fridge.
Oh yeah, I guess there's a chance.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Never mind. Okay. I know I saw a couple more questions in chat, but I don't know. Graham, how much time do we have left?
Actually, no,
here?
you hit all of them.
I think that was.
Oh,
it.
did I? Okay.
I think I
Yeah,
saw Alpha had one.
the
in
only-
chat.
Alpha has one that he actually submitted by the community questions as well.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
For the players.
You want to do that one? And
Yeah,
'cause
let's do that one.
I was going to ask you, Grim, if there was a question that you wanted to ask your players. But yes, I like this one. So, how have your characters grown and changed throughout the campaign? This is from a question from, I guess, the community.
Alpha.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
This is Alpha, yeah.
Alpha.
One second.
Got it.
Oh,
that's like the
Oh,
first
hi.
question
I can
that
say
was-
this now during this. Hi.
Hi, Waldo.
I gotta get
He's
her
one of
quill.
mine, guys. He's a sweetheart.
Hi, Waldo.
I think, like I've said before, I think Kyla's just become more fucking unhinged. I mean, she's been in a threesome with fucking Compton and Raina, and that wasn't gonna happen originally at first, but it fucking happened.
I forgot how horny this group was again. Yeah.
So I mean, like, no, literally, it was a moment of just like Compton going, "Oh, hey, Kyla, want to come?" And then the literal response that Kyla had was, "Fuck it, sure." And then Rob, out of character, lost his fucking shit laughing and then you were like, "This is how real world works," or some shit. And then
That's how it works in real life.
yeah, and then we were in the basement while fucking Farron was upstairs making sandwiches.
That sounds about right.
But there's a lot of things like, you know, like I feel like as I've developed as a player, like again, like I'm way more new than, you know, like Ghost and I being the more newer of the players in this campaign. I feel like as I've played more, Kyla's kind of developed as I've developed, like becoming more comfortable within the group has had Kyla become more comfortable within the group and be like more unhinged and shit. Because my whole thing is when I get comfortable with people, you see all the fucking crackhead energy. I normally don't give that to you at first. It's normally very like guarded, like, oh hey, what's up? Like, and then as soon as we get like to a point where I'm like, there's no turning back, like you're stuck with me for life, fuckers, then it's the unhinged crackhead energy. So I think that's where Kyla's gotten to, where like, I just don't give a fuck. Because I know that like this group is like, you know, it's the kind of group that I vibe with where I'm like, I can say off the wall shit and it'll be not taken in like a wait, what the fuck? It'll be kind of just like, oh hey, well this is a thing. Okay.
Welcome in, Raiders. Hi.
I love
hello.
it.
Hey.
Hello, Raiders.
It's like
Hey, Wolfman.
it's like Kyla can, Kyla can be her real self.
Hey, Alpha, by the way, I do get more crackhead energy, but also like, fuck you, but I love you. But crackhead energy is, yes, my thing.
Hey. How about I got 2 questions for Grim after this, guys, because I actually missed out on 2 questions at the bottom from the community. So we're gonna get to those. So guys, have your characters grown and changed? Who wants to be up next?
I can go. Mine's pretty easy. I feel like my character has grown and changed directly in line with the story. That's more when Compton started. It was very much all I really cared about are my kids at home. That was kind of it. And like it was letters all the time. And that is still like. And what's interesting is like that action in and of itself has stopped happening in game, and that is wholly a conscious thing. It wasn't just like, oh, I forgot that I do that. It was there was that turning point where we started to suspect that things at home weren't what we thought things at home were, specifically with Silverhoyne. And we were like, I don't know about her. I don't know if I should be sending back all of this information in these letters, because I was saying everything. It's like, oh, we're out here, we're doing this, we're doing that. It's been so fucking great. Here's a candy. You like cookies? There's this guy we met in course and he's got cookies. His wife is nice. She made the cookies. We interrogated her man. And then it's like all of this shit. And like and he's saying everything. And I realized I was like, oh fuck, dude. Like I'm putting them in danger just by having the information. And I was like, oh, I should stop doing that. And like that was a really hard shift for my character, because that was it's arguably one of his defining things is I'm a dad for my kids. I'm out here making money to send back to my kids. Right? This whole fucking thing. And so having that change simply because the story shifted, it was weird. I didn't expect it, but it's welcoming. It makes me like want to go home while simultaneously wanting to avoid home. It's like a whole thing.
Yeah.
Where before it was like, I always want to go to Stillwater. Fuck that shit. Let's go home. I'm gonna have you meet my kids. We're gonna go see mom and dad. You can meet my sister and her dumbass husband. Like it's gonna be cool. And
Trevor.
Trevor, yeah.
Yeah. And then now I'm just like, maybe we just don't go there, right? Like we could just go in anywhere else. Actually, that'd be pretty neat. I like that. Anywhere across the fucking ocean is even better than that. And that's just like that development has happened because of I look credit to Grip. You fuck. Because he made a great story where it was like, oh, our actions impact the things around us. It's not just us behaving independently out in this space.
Really meaningful way, in a way that can change the course of the entire campaign. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very cool. It's changed, but in direct effect, not because it's like, oh, I've changed as a player. It's like, no, I've got to fucking stay on my toes to stay with what's happening in the world, because it's moving.
Yeah. You became an adventurer, and with that comes, the consequences and the responsibility, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. I think in a similar vein, it's like, Raina set off on this grand adventure to have, and a sense of independence. And it is through the campaign has been like both learning how to rely on and be relied upon by other people, and then also wanting to go back to that place that she thought she never wanted to return to for like completely different reasons for new reasons than because new information has come to light about where she's left. And beyond that, having I feel like she left home with this real desire to never feel like never put herself in a situation where she would have considered it that she was like pinned down in any way, and then like finding this group like specifically finding this
Pat's
group
destroying everything.
specifically
Sorry.
with her relationship with Compton, like, oh, I can picture myself like not migrating. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Cat said, "I want attention. I destroy everything."
Yeah, no, I kind of
Give me
did
what
that.
I
That was,
want.
that was me. But yeah, sorry, I missed the end of that. Probably the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was basically, in summary, where Reina had started out being in a place where she was like, I never want to feel like I'm anchored in any way to coming to this realization, specifically with her relationship with Compton, but also with the rest of the group, being like, I can see myself in a situation where I can have it both, right? Like I still feel like an independent person, but I don't want to go anywhere except for where these people go and where Compton goes.
I love it. It's such a relatable human thing where you're like, when you get into relationships or friendships and you're worried about that independence disappearing, or even just a relationship in general, to then realize they're like, oh no, I can still grow independently, but alongside of you. That's so beautiful.
With Farron, I mean, not much is really known about his, like, he doesn't remember a lot of his life before his death, before he came back. He knows that he was a shopkeep. He has a missing brother, sister. Jury's still out on that one.
You said
Brother,
sister.
An
That
uncle
was your
dad.
backstory, so I'm assuming sister.
Nope, I said brother.
Was it a brother?
It was a brother.
Jesus, oh, it's a brother. Then goddamn,
Cousin.
I screwed up. Okay, hey,
It's
everybody,
sister
DMs
now, that's
messed
fine.
up. No,
It is a sister now,
brother,
for
I messed
sure.
up.
Fucking Potato has to dose, nerd.
Brother, sister, yeah. It's fine, Grim. It's okay. And he spent most of his life before his death alone. He was very much a lone wolf, and he kept to himself, and all he did was work in the shop. And then one day he woke up in a coffin, and there were people standing over him. And he doesn't remember anything. He doesn't entirely know who he is. Maybe his name's not even Farron. Who knows? But he's, like I said, he's learning how to people very, very slowly. But he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's got a heart of gold, and he's got a good group of friends to teach him and steer him in the right direction.
I love it. Learning how to people. You need
Yeah.
a good group to teach you that.
Yeah.
Rashawn's a genie now.
Yeah, that's a big character moment.
He didn't start that way, but he is now. But the biggest thing is, like many other people here, it's the building of relationships. Because Rashawn didn't really have like friends back home. Like he had a couple, but they were never like super close. But now he has a whole bunch of friends, and whatever is going on with Farron that feels nice, but he doesn't really know what it is. And he's finding that it's very nice to have those things, and he likes it.
lovely. I like it. Like I said, I just love it. I love it because when this group came together, it was because you guys liked to role play and tell stories together. And then when you're asked what your character growth is, it isn't like I got the sickest sword and I killed the biggest dragon, and you know what I mean? Like it's not that, which like you could hear that person talking, right? But here instead, it's like, oh, I made friends and I grew as a person. You all have this like sort of dramatic question that you're sort of building towards. It's like, well, will I conquer my loneliness? Or, like, will I be able to show my true self and still be, accepted by my friends? What are the responsibilities now that I've, had this impact on the world? Like all of these questions are just so much more deeper than, the smash and, crush and kill style of D&D. And I hope the people who are here who watch this game, like understand kind of, I guess, what the day-to-day in this game is, which I know we do, the timer did count down. So technically there's a giveaway. I have like 2 questions for Grim, and then I have one final question that I would like to ask you guys.
Before you do, I do want to just comment that a lot of this role playing and a lot of this change or growth with our characters, at least I think, has happened organically. A lot of it, I think it's very, very minimal. Like, I think maybe the most it's ever happened is like, hey, do you want a romance? That's the only question I think that's been floated around.
And even that was like, hey, is there something there? Because it was like, I kind of feel like there's a thing there. And I was
but everything else has happened organically and in the moment.
Oh yeah.
And we've just gone forward with it.
I'm just gonna go put my kitty. I'm gonna go put my kitty on her bed because she's got some sore hips. So she's a very old lady. I'll be right back.
But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Like everything.
Lady, you're so cute.
98.9999% of this campaign has literally happened organically and just off the cuff.
Yeah.
At least for the player standpoint. Obviously, Grim, you have planned everything out, but
he's the great puppeteer.
Right.
Grim's face.
Grim has to put up with our fucking random shit. Do you know how many NPCs we've created for Grim? Think about Jesus. Think about Peaches Pete. You can't.
Jesus.
Jesus. Not to mention that one time that I created that eldritch horror because somebody asked me what the scariest thing I'd hunted was.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And there's also, I feel like this has been forgotten, but I was going back through old sessions. There is somewhere in Stillwater a cat that is apparently well over 50 years old.
Yes.
Wow.
What the fuck?
It's Craig's grandmother's cat.
Aww.
Yep, I remember
like
that.
An actual cat or a cat person?
No, a cat.
She knows an actual cat.
I think that was during the horse talk.
That was the line. Is as far as I know, it was a cat.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay. Grim, do you want me to finish the questions here, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'll do it right at the end.
Okay. All right.
It's all
then
closed down. I got the names. We're good.
Okay, cool. Then you guys are just gonna have to wait it out.
We're good at that. We're so good at waiting.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like, how many days? 57 was it?
Can I
so many fucking days.
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Rob
Be
with
right
the
back.
fucking counter.
Quickly, run, go. Run fast.
DM. Go. Yes. Okay. DM, what's your favorite thing that your players have done that absolutely shocked you and surprised you?
Oh no.
Your favorite thing.
Remember that time like I went blind?
Favorite thing. Those are the funny unexpected moments. But like the favorite things that you all have done, I would probably say it's like not a specific moment. It's what you all do as like a group. Genuinely, when NPCs come up, you don't treat them as NPCs. You actually treat them as genuine people in a world with their own lives and everything like that. The best one I can think of is Jaffe in Corsten, that was just a bartender, and you guys have made it so like he's getting his brand out there as a whiskey endorser. Like just genuinely, he was a guy who wanted to learn to make drinks and make them good, and he didn't have the money to go and travel and everything like that. So you're doing it for him, and you're bringing people to him. The Night King, you even though some of you genuinely hate him with a passion, you're interested in him instead of just being like the big scary boss guy. So the thing that always surprises me is that an NPC that I think could just be a throwaway, it helps, well, not helps me, but it's fun for me to have these NPCs that I didn't think were important become people in the world that end up going on and doing their own things because these players interacted and wanted them to be real people. So that's probably the thing that I always enjoy the most of what they do. So it's not like a singular moment. There's moments that like I laugh. There's moments that like genuinely I get choked up, everything like that. But the thing that they do time after time is they take these NPCs that I try my best to make them interesting, but they can take the ones that are the more mundane, but then they make them interesting by wanting them to be more than just another generic NPC.
It's almost like Tinkerbell. Like they exist because your players believe, and that's amazing.
Also, my character wants to have sex with every single one of them.
You didn't want to have sex with that younger man in the bar who was all down for you, and you were like,
because he was a minor.
You were also really,
it's
really
fantasy
interested in
world.
those gypsies.
He's
You did
16's
learn.
legal.
Yeah,
Also,
the
you did
gypsy.
learn.
The gypsy.
You did
Also, I'm
learn with
pretty
the
sure
gypsies. How old are you? How old are you?
Wasn't that guy at the tavern just later said to be like 18, and that's why you said teen?
Yeah.
So he
Yes!
was legal. He was
he was
just
legal.
weird.
He was just really weird.
He was just thirsty. Thirsty
He was very
boy.
thirsty.
Okay, all of them except for one.
And the underage
One who was
gypsies.
Yeah,
unregrettably
the underage
yeah.
gypsies for fucking sure.
Yeah.
I like it. I like your
And that's-
smasher pass lifestyle.
That's partly on me because at every single one of Grimm's NPCs. Have you seen the character artwork?
Dude, Grim makes
I
them
know.
all
No, I've
fucking
been,
hot.
it's been
No, no,
scrolling
so
the
hot.
whole
No,
night.
no,
It's
no.
been scrolling
No.
the whole night. They're gorgeous.
AI art generators, guys, they don't make ugly people.
They really
We're-
They don't.
If the robots ever take over, we're not human beings because no one will be sexy enough for them.
True.
Like, look at that! Look at that one!
Right?
Yeah,
They're all hot.
They're all perfect.
Yeah, they're all fucking hot.
Okay, this last question, second last question, is one of my favorites. Hey, DM Grimm, has the world you created evolved in an unexpected way?
100%.
Ooh.
Their interactions with the world, and it's not just their interactions, it's actually the characters they've created have evolved in unexpected ways. The War of the Fey Realm with the world of Elandria, they've always been an incursion, they've always had spots, but with the introduction of M's storyline, I was able to figure out what keeps it there and why haven't things happened more with that. So like with M's story, I was like, this is why. This is what we can do. That we can build on the story. That's absolutely fantastic. Like you hit a story point, but and this is the great part about players. They help you build as you go. And there was that moment where I go like, well, this is just the way it is. But then with the introduction of Reyna, it's like, well, no, this is why it is on there. So that's absolutely fantastic. Compton's introduction to the character, and just like we were rolling through the idea of Asmars weren't really going to be a big thing in my world. But then the idea of like, well, what if it's not like Asmars, but spirits that have passed on, and then people who were quote unquote deity level individuals who've passed on rolls in, and a whole nother, the world evolved into understanding more of how life and death works and everything like that. So like it evolved in an unexpected way on that. Roshan's with his character, I had an entity that I never really could figure out how would he interact with the world anymore? It doesn't make sense for him. And then once again, it evolves like now I can use these type of individuals to expand that. And it's evolved in the fact that players with their original ideas help you grow your world when you can tie in their characters to it instead of forcing their characters to fit the world. You can help the world grow around what they have to input into it. So it's evolved in unexpected ways, and the fact that ideas have been fleshed out, ways that didn't have a well-tuned way of working now work because the idea from a player makes sense and fits and kind of puts that puzzle piece that gets everything you see in the full picture. And then these people have upset balances within the world's order. So them figuring stuff out very quickly and or just pissing off the right people have changed the world in a very unexpected way.
We don't
So,
piss anybody.
the best way I could say
No.
is the way it's evolved is the player's input has made it more fleshed out and has made for more storylines in the future, one, and fleshed out older storylines that can be used going forward.
I think you just said all of the magic words DM should say. Grim, I think you're the perfect GM.
Big facts though. Hey, yes. Yeah, he's ours.
He's
Find
ours.
your own. But
Yeah.
also, yes.
No, yeah, you're saying.
You hear that, Nikki? Find your fucking own.
I did
Yeah,
actually.
you're
I'm
on
not
GM.
gonna lie. Rev's amazing. Okay, guys, I got Rev. All right. But yeah, no, I think I as a GM, but also as a player and as someone who loves creativity, I think Grim, your approach to the game and storytelling is incredible. I hope it's for those of you who might be watching and who are aspiring GMs would strive for is that kindness and that understanding and that willingness to bend a creative story to suit those who you're serving, which is your players. And it's kind of an act of service in itself, but it's also just, I don't know. It kind of feeds itself. It's like a positive feedback loop. You know, the more your players give, the more you are able to give your players. So, and that's kind of the amazing thing about D&D. Now I do have one last question. So the last episode you guys aired was episode 79, right? Which kind of makes this a soft episode 80, right? And you did mention a little bit that this campaign may be drawing to a close. Is that correct?
Oh,
or
by the way, a close means at least another 50 episodes.
Yeah. But what do you guys...
Yep.
No, you keep going, Drew.
All I was going to say is anybody who wants to see like a big moment in the campaign, it is definitely the one we ended on. Session 79. Things, storylines, and plants and hooks and things since literally session 6 probably finally came to a head.
Guys, everything's fucked.
Watch it at half speed.
Yeah.
Everything is fucked.
Yeah, watch
Don't
it at half
watch
speed.
it. When you go back and watch it, 0.5. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you that now. Because if you try to watch it at full speed, you might have a stroke. Just inadvertently.
When you do watch Rob, you can hear his mind breaking.
You can hear the fire.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
You hear the
broken.
fire, and then you hear the
guys.
snap.
I thought about this with the question about the regret. I thought about this with the regret question, and I everything in my core wanted to say I should have just fucking called out Durant for being the big bad guy in episode 18. I should have just fucking did it. I should have just stuck to my gut and just fucking did it, and that was it. But then we would have had these beautiful moments. So yeah, I knew it was happening. My brain didn't break. Ghost, I've been sitting on this for fucking ever. It's been festering like a rotting pit.
Damn.
Oh, I love it. So it sounds like what I can hear is that you're gearing up for kind of building the story to where it was ultimately going. how do you guys feel about the future of this game and where it's going and what it might look for?
We
So
just
fucking
wanna play
scared.
it forever.
Guys,
I want to
I'm
play forever. I'm
scared as
so fucking
fuck.
afraid to come back
We're
to this
fucked.
game.
Yeah.
Dude, we're fucked.
We are
It's
so
such-
boned,
We're
guys.
It
so
is the
fucked.
it is the biggest cliffhanger.
We are so beyond fucked. Like
We're so underprepared. We're
Yep.
so not ready.
Yeah.
Nah, man. You know when you get a video game and you can enter a code to get straight to the last level, but you didn't get any of the gear before you got there. That's what we fucked up and did because he saw us do it. That's no bueno. No bueno. I'm
Love it.
excited, but I'm very scared. I'm very nervous about it because it feels like
Yeah.
everywhere we go is dangerous now. And I think that's the thing is it's like we are now at that end game where it's like, man, we've got a couple of allies we really have to rely on, and everywhere else is just
Everywhere else is hell.
We've made enemies.
yeah. It's like playing
We've made
Monopoly,
a
but you
shit
only
ton of
got one
enemies.
shit property, and everything else is taken by one guy.
Yeah, it's the brown properties.
yeah,
It's the fucking brown properties.
yeah. And we're just like, fuck. We have like one little strip of safety, and everything else is immediate foreclosure on the rest of the properties I had.
Yeah.
Grim, how do you feel about it?
No, like I'm just trying to think because it's a kind of a multi-layered question. They know now, and that's good. It's good. They can prepare for it, everything like that. But there is a lot of characters. Like I told them, depending on how they go, there's probably going to be a massive time jump in the campaign if they do certain course of actions, because they may deal with the situation, they may not, everything like that. And depending on how they play, we might just do a time jump, and then we have to deal with other things as they come along. We still got players' characters to wrap up. I hope to wrap them all up. We've been able to wrap up all of them, but we're going to do our best. And then I'm just excited to give it a proper close in whatever way it may end. And I'm going to tell this everybody right now that it may end with them all dead.
I support that, by the way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I still I don't, and I think that's important. Like when I said, hey, I'm kind of scared, that's not a bad thing. I'm excited as fuck. Like
Oh, yeah.
I should have probably prefaced it with like, I'm excited as
Mhm.
fuck. We might all die. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
It's
that's
like
the
a roller
story.
coaster.
Yeah, that's
you
how it
know?
ends. That's
Yeah.
how it ends. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that solves our retirement conundrum.
Yes.
What are we
Right,
gonna do?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just all fucking
but
dead.
the biggest thing I can say is going forward, one, there's going to be a conclusion to the campaign. It's going to end sooner or later, as all campaigns that can end should end. And I think anybody I know would be overjoyed to know their campaign ends, as long as it feels like a justifiable and or good closure to the game. But past that, I'm excited for future ideas. All of these wonderful people have shown me they create great storylines themselves. So I really look forward to trying to build out another game in the future, and really trying to like have the ideas of like have what's going on in the world go on around them, but really drive home you guys are at the steering wheel, and these are all the shops and landmarks and everything like that going on around you. It may be D&D in the future. It may be another type of system. It may be sci-fi. It may be horror. It may be more fantasy. But all I know right now, and like the thing that really grounds me, is that it doesn't really matter where it goes, but I know I have the right passengers along for the ride, that it's going to be a good time.
This motherfucker. This
I
motherfucker
know,
just
right?
says sweet things.
That was so
Sappy shit.
sweet.
Fuck
Oh.
you.
Fuck you.
Now to distract, I'm going to roll this raffle.
Yay!
I do actually have a final question, if you will be so inclined, Grim.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, look at all those names.
Lady Mustella.
Holy fuck.
Hello. Congratulations.
Oh.
Yay.
Nice.
I will
Great.
get your email address from you and send that right your way. I do want to say one thing. Sorry to cut you off, Ghost, but I do want to say one thing.
Go for it.
Because this is the last raffle, and everybody may be curious and all that stuff. as you all know, hey, when people do giveaways and all that stuff, they really like to advertise it, everything like that, and that's all well and good. I didn't really want to advertise. I advertised in the Discord, but I didn't want to post in the title because this really was supposed to be a huge thank you to all of you who show up week after week after week, who are really into the story, the things that we do as a group, the things that I do myself, and all the love and support of just like, and the love and support, like I said, you guys are crazy. Everything that was like given today, everything like that, it is amazing. And I need everybody to understand that it's crazy to me, and I don't really know how to handle it. So I know I don't have the reactions to it, because it just breaks my brain. And I wish I could be a person who is able to speak his mind a bit more clearly when his brain is broken, but I'm not. But I do really appreciate all of it. But this wasn't about that type of thing. It was that you people show up, you're interested in the story, you ask me questions off of stream, you really love watching us do our thing, and I wanted to make sure that the people who show up are the ones who win the giveaways. Because if we had a bunch of if we had just like tons of people pop in because they see that giveaway tag, I would have really felt bad that all of you wonderful people who have been here for so long, been through so much, and genuinely have helped grow in knowing you all, and just being able to interact more with the community. I'm overjoyed that every single person who won, like every name on these lists every time has always been, I know all of these people, and it made me feel wonderful to see that every name on that list was a person that I'm like, yeah, awesome, super happy you won type thing. So this was just a thing of thank you all, and I wanted to give something back to everybody, so I really appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing pictures. Please send me pictures when you receive the package, just because that stuff makes me giddy. So thank you again, and then that's it. I just wanted to say I really do appreciate everybody who signed up for the giveaway, and I'm happy that I could at least do a little bit in giving back to what everybody has given me over this year and a half now, year and a couple months, I think, at this point. So really genuinely, thank you so much.
We started in January, right? So that would be like a solid year and a half.
Well, that's just a streaming piece, because
No, that's what I mean.
Gear piece, yeah.
So
love you, Graham.
Yeah, but the honest truth is, and like, thank you, but we owe you. You've been doing this for us and for others for how fucking long? Guys, everybody always talks about wanting to play D&D and nobody wants to be a GM because it's fucking work. And we put Grim through the paces, and he shows up every week with just fucking dope shit constantly. And then he does dope shit with you guys, like the community. And then like, you know, I don't want to say unsung hero because it feels a little disingenuous. That's not a word. The point is like, you want a good DM, be that DM. Just like we said earlier, you could be like Grim, put in the effort, do the thing, because it is work, and it needs to be recognized how much fucking work this is. It is so much fucking work.
Grim, we can see your screen.
Especially when you have a table like ours, you know, where we throw at you Santa Claus and baby Jesus and all of those things.
Hey, I'm down there twice. There's twice. There we go. Thank you.
But thank you, Grim.
Yes,
gifts aside, thank you for being awesome and cool and dope as fuck, and awesome and cool and dope as fuck as many times as I can repeat that before you get like really blushy.
And beyond the game, thanks for having this space to bring us together to make friends.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the Q&A, I have made lifelong friends, and I mean that.
You know what I love about our table? Really emotional and then horny as fuck, but then also really emotional. You know?
Yeah,
it goes down.
it goes
So
it
much
goes
love.
it goes to the end of each extreme, just back and forth all the fucking
Yeah.
It's
time.
just
Yeah, it
the
just
vicious
vacillates.
cycle. It's a vicious
Yep.
cycle.
And
Yeah.
thanks out there for chat for recognizing how awesome Grim is and supporting him with the hype train. Appreciate
Let's
it.
get it,
We see you. Thank you. Thank you for showing him the love. He does deserve it. He absolutely deserves it. So,
Thank you, Ego, for keeping me grounded.
amazing.
It's gonna get
Okay.
weird.
I mean, we love you, Grim, but you could do a little more.
Oh my god!
You could try a little.
Yeah.
You try a little harder.
Wait, Ghost, what was that? You had a question for Grim, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just it's super quick. It's super quick. If before this campaign ends, if you could pass off just for an episode, just for a little episode, if you could pass off the DM and have yourself be the player, what build would you do? Race, class?
Oh, that's actually really good.
I'm imagining a dwarf in a blue
Same.
shirt and little white pants,
Yep.
walking around saying, "Do you have adventurer?"
I can't. And like, is this in someone else's thing?
No, this is
No,
this
this
is
is in
Wilfrem,
here.
100%.
Yeah, in
Hours.
Oh, I can't play my character then because he's in the world now. So I would probably play sea elf. What is it? The storm sorcerer? Yeah, a sea elf storm sorcerer.
That's
Damn.
dope as fuck.
That sounds
That's a good
fun.
choice.
That is really
Yeah.
fucking cool.
It's very Earthsea.
So Aquaman. we gonna go full Aquaman.
Kind of like
about
a
it.
spin-off of that. Yeah, but he was going to be a pirate.
Hell yeah.
Still could be Aquaman. Just get speak with animals so you could ask the dolphins to do things.
Yeah, absolutely. I one final question. Sorry, I lied to you.
Mhm.
For Grim and Nikki,
Oh.
when is Nikki going to be a guest character in our?
Oh yeah.
Bring as a guest.
Yeah. You could be a whale
I
person.
think Grim's keeping me away.
No, not at all. No, hey, here's the thing, Nikki. You are one of the people that I would always love to have as a guest, but you're also a very busy person, so I know it's a lot of time planning out. And this is a lot of people I know where they're like, I would love to guest it. I have to plan it because I'm not a person who just throws random NPCs into the game to be like, you're a guest and this is just the way it is. if I see the story going away, what?
I was just going to add to all the people that might want to guest. You also have to get through us because we're a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Have you seen how long it takes us to get through a single fucking day in D&D?
I did. Yeah,
Oh,
I did.
It
yeah.
I
takes
was
so
listening.
long. So a guest doesn't exist for one thing. It's like,
Yeah. No.
And we
Yeah,
will try to have sex with
so-
your character.
That's
Oh,
okay. I accepted that
abso-fucking-lutely.
part. If I knew. If I ever was asked, I was like, well, I gotta be prepared.
I
really
will
prepared.
say, Nikki, I do have an idea that I would love you to play.
Oh.
I need to
the
talk
bar?
to you about it and figure out when they're going to be at. No, it's
Damn it.
it's a secret because I know everybody will absolutely lose their shit if I have Nikki play this person. So I do have an idea though. But Nikki, hey,
Yo.
Nikki is also going to be in October playing Call of Cthulhu with me. So guess in
that's
that
exciting as
regard.
fuck.
Hell yeah.
And that's the thing. I would love to have more guests and everything like that, but every DM knows trying to plan to bring in a person without them feeling like they're just like, you have to talk to this person because they made the time to be here. So drop everything and get it done now.
It's
I don't
a
want
lot
that
of
to them.
planning, and it's a
Oh,
lot.
yeah.
There's a lot that goes into
Mhm.
it.
It's a lot of planning and trying to like figure out the timeline. And I will rush you all if we plan it further in the future to be like, hey, I'm getting you out of here by this time. But I can never do the like, oh, in a month? Yeah, sure. In 2 weeks, I'll definitely have you as a player in 2 weeks. But like a month or so, I can kind of see where they are and figure out a way to lead them up to that point. But I do actually, I know something that may happen and I know which character I would love you to play.
I already have guesses.
You
I
have
already
my
have two
axe.
guesses. I already have two guesses.
I already have two
no.
guesses, and you're probably right, and I
I
don't
already
want to say it.
No.
You know how my brain works.
I know exactly who. I know who it is.
Am I gonna play brother-in-law Trevor?
Oh
Do
my
it.
No.
No, I
No,
know.
You are
I already
now.
I know.
Rob,
him knows
Rob did a
too.
message me
Yeah.
to it. Yeah.
Wait.
So,
Oh.
Uh,
Yeah, no, Rob
Shut
needs to, Rob, you need to DM it.
No, I'm not telling any of you motherfuckers.
No,
It's gonna be
no.
surprise.
I think I know. I have an idea.
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
but yeah. So like I said, I would always love to be able to do more guests, and that's kind of why I like to run more one shots, so I can bring those people who want to be on the guest and be like, at least you can play with people. Yeah. I would love to be able to tell you I would love to have each and every one of you guests. I just know it's not gonna work.
I
Like,
wouldn't.
It's
Don't
a
worry
hard
about
thing to
it.
do.
I'll be the
It's
hard no
hard.
on the table, guys. It's so. Do you know how many people we have at this table? There's 5 of us. We don't shut the fuck up. we don't do shit all. You add a person, it adds 3 hours. That's great. Sometimes, just not all
Nikki will get one line of dialogue in.
And then we'll just never shut the fuck up after that.
I would just be happy to be there. I'd be like, do you want to bone? My one line is, yeah, let's bone down.
Yeah, and then you're like, I got ice cream, and they'll be like, fuck yeah, Lieutenant Dan's got ice cream.
Oh man, I would be honored always. So just let me
Holy
know,
shit.
you know, just let me know. Yeah, I don't have any questions left. I don't know if there's any more questions from chat. I think this is slowly drawing to a close. If there's anything anybody wants to announce or say anything, give chat a heads up, a look at what you're doing. You're welcome to at this point, or if there's anything you want to say to close out the night, table's yours.
Just say, everybody, hey, our wonderful host, Nikki Nerds Out.
Yeah.
Didn't have to do this, but it was so gracious, was so kind to come and make it so I could sit on the opposite side and let everybody else talk and just really take in everything, because this was the fun for me, is I just got to sit back and relax and listen to everybody's answers. Also, if you want to be the most productive you've ever been in your life, go over to Nikki's channel for her production streams tomorrow on Saturday.
The work together streams.
Yeah, the co-working
this
streams.
It's not this isn't an overstatement. This isn't me just blowing smoke up the behinds. Like, you will go there, you will see that task on your list, and it's on the internet, everybody.
I know.
So if you leave that thing up there, everybody can see that you did not.
Shame on
get
you.
it
Shame
done.
on your family.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can I put Bone my wife on that list? Is that
You're
a thing that I
welcome
can
to.
do?
There's
could.
absolutely.
It's honor on
But
your
you
channel.
have to do it then.
Hell
You
yeah.
can't not.
Exactly.
It's
And then
on
my
the
wife's
list.
like, not today. I'll be like, but it's on the list, and the internet sees it. She's like,
Gotta get
"Excuse
done.
me? What?
The internet knows.
Oh
Oh
that's
my
great.
god.
But just absolutely, Nikki, you're just a super real person, and it's why whenever these type of things happen, I'm just drawn to wanting to have you a part of it, because you vibe with us so well. And I was like, who would I want to have the host with this? The person who gets along with everybody, Nikki. So you all showed me tons of love tonight. Please go show just as much, if not more, to Nikki this weekend, everybody. And Nikki, you got stuff coming up in the tabletop RPG, and I look forward to it. I can't wait to see you go back into the DM seat.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's happening at some point. Oh god. Yeah. That was Trevor, guys. Anyways. Yeah, thank you so much for those lovely words, Grim. I really do appreciate that. And and I really enjoyed being here. Genuinely, I like just the love that is at this table to just sit in it with you guys was an absolute joy. This is a great Friday. This is a very good Friday for me to sit here and to see a table that works, that's full of love, and it's just like support all around, and everybody's on the same page, and I just got to bask in it. So thank you so much for bringing me along and allowing me to be here. So yeah. Okay.
Oh no.
So much thanks.
Sorry,
So much thanks.
Eco made me laugh.
What did he say?
He's like off topic with 78 because he's playing World of Warcraft right now, the War Within, and he's keeping me updated on his level.
Guys got played.
I only got to 75.
God damn it, Splinter.
Gotta get to
Better.
work, Splendor. Jeez, you slacker.
I'm doing all the delves.
Oh.
I'm getting sidetracked. But hey, folks, because we're wrapping up here. We'll see you all in 29 fucking days.
So
20
fucking long from now.
Month.
You know what? We've just been conspiracy theorying in our own brains, right? Like my brain is falling apart every moment until we come back together. And then it's just going to fall apart more because now I have to deal with the fact that Trevor's gone. Thank you. Thank you for that. Hey, Grim. Hi.
problem.
Thanks. Thank you.
Sorry, my house is gonna get blown away in a storm, guys. So
Oh, no.
wall shaking
Oh,
thunder.
Thanks,
Is that
Nikki.
everything? Did we do all the questions? Are we done?
I think we're good.
This is very much like D&D where I don't want it to end. I can start asking some random questions. You
Oh,
know,
no.
who likes to-
So if no one has anything else to say, then I'll start
Do it.
wrapping stuff up. You all can talk while I set up a raid.
Oh, we're setting up a raid. Okay, questions. So I'll last minute questions.
are
I
we
don't
doing?
know.
Oh shit.
I do sing a little praise again with Nikki. I haven't known Nikki for very long, but you're dope. You're a
Yeah,
cool
Nikki's
friend.
really cool.
I met you
Just
today,
saying,
and I
you're
could
cool.
have a big, long conversation with you.
I think
Yeah.
we could. Yeah, I really do think we could, Em.
Nikki's also dope as fuck in the Bayou. So like that's cool.
Bayou.
We like
Mhm.
that.
I played Hunt with Rev and Nikki at one point. It was fun
Yeah,
as
you did. It
fuck.
was a good time.
It was
Paige.
fun as fuck.
Yeah. Nikki is also a Bayou Boys Club member. So like, you know, shout out to that. You gotta get you a shirt or one of the cups or something.
My
Maybe a
shirt's on the
sticker.
bed. I opted for the Wilfrem shirt because
Yeah, the special
fancy.
super unofficial bought that shit in the black market Wilfrem shirt. Yeah. Hey, no, I'm excited about it.
Oh man, yeah. No, this is. I loved the community on Twitch. I think what's been a real joy, has been meeting all of you guys. Actually, every single one of you. I have spoken to and talked to through Twitch channels and games, and it's so wonderful. Guys, once you get to know people, just go and talk to people. I know if you're a lurker and you like to watch the shows, that's all good. But like, just get out there and say hi. There's nothing more enjoyable than coming home like after work, sitting down at my computer and being like, I just need 10 minutes to zone out. And I go say hi in someone's chat, and I get a Nikki, and I'm like, you know, it's the cutest and best feeling, and it's just so wonderful. And now I've got like an amazing community of people to just drop in and just hear this Nikki, like
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I
really is.
can attest to that for sure. I mean, I'm not to be vulnerable or kind of like woe is me, but like I don't have very many like real life friends. All of my friends are online nowadays.
Mhm.
So, and I mean, I got that through Twitch.
Mhm.
I again, not just this table, but everyone else on Twitch. I've made lifelong friends.
Yeah.
And I love you guys.
For example, Ghost and I got to play Hunt this morning and yell at each other in the bayou with fucking big boom bomb lances.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yep. It was great times.
Put yourself out there, folks. But also
Yes.
be safe.
Mhm.
But also be
Yes.
safe.
Yeah,
know
that's
what I
true.
mean?
Actually, yeah, be safe though. That's good advice. Put
Yeah,
yourself
be
out there,
safe.
but be
Be
safe.
Put yourself
Be-
out there, but be safe.
Be safe.
All right,
ahead,
everybody. Rapid fire answer questions. Bag of holding, Jamie. Danny, when I realized that they were listening to every single word I said, and then they completely just went on a tangent and put every little thing together that's been happening the entire campaign. So that was a huge justification to me. I was like, justified as a storyteller. So that's rapid fire answer to those questions. But
We're like the
everybody
toys
really,
from Toy Story. We're always watching.
Oh my god! Andy's
oh
coming.
god, I was just about to raid out to Goblin Tuesday. Dinner, yeah, the diner in game just raided. What? Wait, is this Goblin Tuesday? Because I was about to raid Goblin Tuesday.
Oh,
God,
They
damn
never
it.
rated out? Did they rate out?
Am I
Damn it.
seriously? Let me double check. They better not have. Are they still going?
Ah,
Are
All
there-
raiders
are there-
were
it
literally
has
raiding
happened
out.
before.
Are there shoes that make you fly? Because I would love that.
Yeah, Raina
Yes.
has shoes to
I
make her
have
fucking
them.
fly.
That's
No,
why
that's
I
right,
can
that's
fly.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Alright.
ugly fucking Crocs, though. That's the thing.
Oh,
Aren't.
That's fine.
they're
All
they're
right.
like, you know, bad Crocs, just real bad ones.
Fabulous.
Oh no, sorry. I was watching a different chat. They didn't. We're good. No, I'm good. I had multiple tabs open. I'm an idiot. So everybody, once again, huge thank you. It was great at Christmas time. This was another great one. I love doing these QAs because we get to sit down, have a wonderful time with all of you. Once again to Nikki, to my players, everybody, the community. Thank you again. It was a great time. And as always, first off, next Saturday, the community one shot with Dragon Cat, Gullian the Grey, Danny Don't You Know, Cost, and Paige. Next week, it'll be a great time. And as always, you don't need the books, but some of you now have them. You don't need these fancy setups. You don't need anything like that. What you're going to do is what you saw here today. Just get a group of people together, go have some fun, and just tell stories together. So everybody get out there, have a lot of fun, and play more tabletop RPGs. Bye, everybody.
Good night,
Bye,
everybody.
everybody. Penis.
Did we do it?
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
done?
And we're out.
We did it.
Did it.